You lift the trophy. Look at this.
Natives, take the series, take the NLC Summer Split. Are crowned champions of the NLC. Long live the king.
Los Botones, they come up huge, they come up strong.
Breaking news as Vendetto has been spotted breaking into the National Museum of Denmark to steal a new trophy for the NLC. He'd better hurry up, the security guards are on the way.
the bike! Come on!
Frontal speed. Frontal speed.
Thanks for the ride.
Anytime, bro.
Show's not until Saturday, mate. Hagen, welcome to the stage, your host, the hypest man in all the NLC, a voice heard from Ireland to Finland, Archerum!
Copenhagen! How are we feeling? Look at this! Beautiful! It's 10 a.m. in the morning. This is it. This is the reason why they're fighting. To raise the first shield from the NLC. Every split we have something different. And this time, look at what we have, this venue. Let me put this here because you guys are looking beautiful. Yesterday, the players were talking about the hype you brought in. Nobody was ready for you all. So Denmark, they're on the back. They're listening to you. You want to make a little bit of sound? You want to make some noise? Copenhagen! Now we're talking! At the end of the day, one of the teams will raise the shield. It will either be the plague of Los Ratones or the Phoenix, NORD, unbeatable so far. We need to start this show, but I can't do it by myself. I need to bring in the coach, the Danish superstar. We saw him yesterday. Bringing him a round of applause. Vendetto!
København! Hvad så, Copenhagen?
Look at this, man.
Fornøjelse, hvor er det lækkert. Lidt dansk, men det er også international broadcast. So, but it's such a pleasure to see all your faces representing the Danish gaming. Such an important thing for us. It's special to have it here in Copenhagen. It's special because, well, it's the only Danish people here tonight.
Actually, yeah. We lost the last Danish player yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. No more Danish. But you guys are here, and that is what is important to Goliaths tonight. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so exciting. But firstly, I need to tell you guys, please, between the games, we're going to have so much fun. So if you want to be interviewed, if you want free stuff, if you want to have a good time, consider staying in your seats in the breaks just to see what's going to happen. And also, in a minute or in a second, something exciting is going to happen.
It is. You're going to be part of something solo bolo. I like those cards, by the way. We need to bring more of those. To begin with, we have always, every split, we have an MVP. Someone was above everyone else during the entire split. And when we have ex-LEC players, the best of the entire EMEA Masters region, I mean, we're the defending title because of Los Ratones, but the MVP of this split, give a big round of applauses as we introduce the MVP of the split for Spring Split. Put on the video because I want to show it to you all. It's gonna be the one, the only, Chachi! Come to the stage. A round of applause. The undefeated top laner.
Congratulations.
Join in next to the trophy. We need a microphone for Chachi. We need him to speak. So while we're waiting for the microphone to be delivered to you, look into this. How do you feel?
Oh, it's really insane.
Get yourself close to him with the microphone. Share microphone.
I was about to say.
Can you share the microphone?
Yep.
Don't worry, this is part of the plan. Oh, this is even better. You don't need to take it all, you just need to get close to Chachi.
Yeah, sorry. Chachi, come close to me. Come here.
Is that a microphone?
It's very comfortable here.
Oh my. Hey Chachi, can you talk to this? It might be easier.
Yeah, this is much better.
Is this working?
I believe so.
Is everybody hearing you, Chachi?
Hello!
Again?
1, 2.
Chachi, you won the MVP. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really great and very excited to play against Los Ratones now. I think we have them figured out. Let's put it to a test.
Oh, okay. I was talking to you on Friday, and you gave me a sentence that I would like everybody to react in, you especially. Whoever wins MVP wins the split. Talk to me about that.
That's just the fact, isn't it?
It's a fact. So, you're telling me you're gonna win versus Los Ratones today?
Yes.
Do you believe? Who believes? Hey, you gotta change their mind through the day.
We gotta change it, yes.
So, final words, what do you have to say to this crowd before you go into the game? I don't know if you ever thought the NLC would have a crowd like this, so what do you have to say to Copenhagen?
I would like to thank everyone for coming and cheering here, and I hope you guys will have a very enjoyable series to watch. And I like the Poppy Chachi sign. Thank you.
Chachi, thank you so much. Congratulations. I know you're going to look good today, so you can help. You can take the microphone. You can take the microphone. Thank you so much. He's amazing. He has the MVP, but it's going to be a best out of 5. So let's hope for 5 games, regardless of who wins. But now, it's not about them. It's about you all. Vendetto, I know you have something planned for the crowd. I'm scared, but please. Oh.
Take on the challenge.
But they're gonna play.
They're gonna play.
Oh.
Oh, they're going to play. I know. In a moment, Middlecott is going to arrive.
He's there.
Here.
He's there.
Here.
He has
Perfect.
guards.
Well, let's get the show underway.
Yeah. So then, guys, right, apologies to all the people that are sat down. I know that you're all a big fan of the Squid Games and would love to compete in them because, honestly, that just sounds like a lot of fun, right? I'm sensitive that people aren't necessarily agreeing. I have got 2 of the most despicable people that I could get from the NLC region to be our guards, to be our distributors of pain. On my left, Rusty Sniper. A man who will not be known to many of you, but is incredibly villainous and currently unemployed, so he has nothing to lose. Rusty Sniper, do you want to hurt some people today?
Yeah.
Oh yes, and then possibly one of the coldest AD carry players ever to come out of this region. Some people call him the adult, I call him Denvoxnay.
What's up?
Excellent stuff there. We are going to be getting 2 sets of fans against each other. To my left, we have got Hedon and a man who is Danish, and his name I cannot pronounce.
It's Ulrik.
There we are. Yeah, I've got no clue. I've got no clue. And then to my right, we have got a couple of strapping young lads that I've pulled out of the crowd, Magnus and Anders. How are we both feeling about this?
Great. We're feeling optimistic. I think we have great chances going into this. We've been practicing all morning, so...
Exactly what he said.
Awesome stuff. Guards, if you would apply the tape to their legs, we're going to have a three-legged race and get these guys underway. We've got shop collars as well. So as these guys are going to be running around, there is a risk of electric shocks. Not a risk of electric shocks, a guarantee of electric shocks. So if you are in the aisles around the arena, I would highly advise moving away, because there are going to be some guys flailing around out there, and I'm not quite sure what on earth is going on. Let's have a little bit of a chat with some people in the crowd first, whilst these guys are getting this ready. So, you on your phone at the front. We had a little bit of a conversation yesterday, didn't we? If you'd like to come on up. So, I was actually going to pick you to take part in this, but there was one reason why. Can you tell me how many times you would like, you go to the gym each week?
3 times a week.
How many times would you like to go to the gym each week?
5 times a week.
And what would you say is stopping you from going to the gym 5 times a week?
The trip.
And might I just ask where your gym is?
In my garage.
What more really needs to be said about that? So, that's not the sort of person that we wanted engaging this. We wanted someone that was going to be up for it. We wanted someone that was going to be getting involved. And I've spoken with Magnus and Anders. Like, they are both professional track athletes. Oh, come on, that's cool. That's cool. Magnus currently holds the Danish under 14 100-meter record. And Anders trained under Usain Bolt for 3 years. As you can see there, their legs have been tied together. The electric shock collars have been applied. They're not already pressing them yet. What on earth is going on with you two? And then we're getting our guys sorted out here. So, Rusty, when we're shocking these people today, are you going to be easy on them or are you going to be hard on them?
Hard, obviously.
And you do want to hurt people today?
I will enjoy it.
It's a bit weird. Now, Hedon, obviously, you are streaming at the moment to Vendetto's live stream on your phone. Hello there, guys. Do you think that's going to negatively impact your performance today?
No, it's gonna be fine. We will win.
You'll... All right, let's keep that language to a minimum. Guards, are both sets of competitors prepared? I think we are getting the all clear. If we could clear this aisle, please. Anyone stood in this aisle? I think you might need to move out of the way. Oh, we've got people in the way. Oh no, this could be very dangerous. This could be very hairy. Probably should have got you guys to sign safety waivers before we did this. I don't know. Right, so, gents, are we ready? So, the rules are, we are gonna send these guys on a trip around the arena. The last team to get back here, they are gonna be electrically shocked significantly. And it's probably gonna hurt. So, guys, if we could line up on this cross here. Right. How do I count down from 3 in Danish? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, look at them go there. You can see the athletic prowess there from Magnus and Anders. I'm not quite sure what's going on Vendetto's stream. Right, now they're going to play rock, paper, scissors with a desk, and Magnus and Anders have got that one done almost immediately. It's a beautiful performance from them as they're coming down the back straight. Starting to look a little bit hairy, but there is significant coordination there. Oh no, something wrong's happened with Hino. Oh, a little bit of a handshake up there. Oh, they've done it. They have done it. Okay, guys. Right, are we good? Are we good? How was that? Oh, it broke. So that's automatically a disqualification, right? Guards, we've got our 2 losers. I think we know what we need to do. All right, well, I think they've suffered enough, okay, putting them through their paces there. Let's go to Arch Room and get this party started!
I was told it was about bringing into the show, not killing you. So, apologies. Okay, Vendetto, do we have more of these? Because they're still going on. So, do we have more of these things for the rest of the day?
Not quite as extreme, but still fun. Still something to look forward to. I don't want to spoil too much, but we're gonna have some fun, but not the electric kind.
Okay. So as we move on, as we're getting ready to desk so the players can get ready on the stage, I need someone, because I've seen a lot of cards, obviously, and I want to see those cards throughout the day, but there's a specific card. Come here. There's an LR fan that I want to introduce to you all, but also to Twitch and the entire world, because there's a promise involved. And we're gonna keep that promise regardless of what happens. Come in, boss. Come in, boss. So there's a camera over there at the end. What does this mean? If LR loses, he will go bald. Now, you don't have a microphone, but everybody can see you. Do you promise to go bald if LR loses?
I promise.
He promises. Now, what? My hair may be on the line, and my chances of losing is 0%. Yeah, that's why you're shaking. Final promise. If they lose, can we shave you on this stage?
Yes.
It's a promise. It's on! It's on! Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. It's time. It's time. Look at all of you. Copenhagen. I know we have people from Australia, UK, Denmark, Sweden, everyone. We haven't even have people from Portugal. Me, the only one. So with that in mind, I know the players are behind the stage, okay? Can we do a little bit of noise? I want everybody up, everybody up, everybody up, everybody up. Come on. I know it's really early in the morning, but come on, come on, come on, come on. You two as well over there. Come on, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Everybody up.
Hands to the side, hands to the side. Yep, 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 yep. Yesterday we did the test. Today is gonna be the real thing. When I clap on the air, you follow me. Just one test now. I like this. Let's add a new thing. When we clap, you scream. You do. Are you ready? Just a test. Again. They are listening to you. Los Ratones and NORD are waiting for you. Before they walk on stage, they're gonna feel your presence, your hype, your passion for this game. Follow me, Denmark! Thank you so much, Atrum. Welcome back to the desk. It's going to be a beautiful day. Solari and Duckling, how are you feeling? What do you have to say to Denmark? Solari, you first. Duckling,
Yeah,
we are representing feathers, the fur. You're Danish.
I'm Danish, and that's the pride, right? I can speak the language. Jeg kan snakke til mine mennesker. Danmark, I var vidunderlige i går. Jeg er så fucking stolt af jer, mand. Prøv lige at tænke på det. Vi tager hele NLC til den vigtigste sted. Det bedste land i verden. I var fuldstændig vidunderlige. Jeg vil gerne have, at alle de andre, de er jaloux for ikke at være danske. Jeg vil have, de er stolte af, at I er danske. Og jeg vil gå tilbage til engelsk nu, så jeg beder om at lave noget larm. Og alle jer danskere, giv den 120%. Om man er svensker, om man er nordmand, jeg er ligeglad. Man skal være jaloux på, at man ikke er dansk. Copenhagen, make some noise!
You know what?
I'm proud, man. What can I say?
I don't know what you said, but yes! Welcome to the show. This is the final day of the entire spring split. Both teams are qualified for the EMEA Masters, correct? But one of them will go straight up into like the main stage. The other team has to fight for that opportunity, but also we're fighting for that trophy. It's the first shield we've ever seen, by the way. So let's make this quick. Let's talk about them. Let's start with Los Ratones and how they got here. Look at them.
Immediately the crowd. I mean, there is no doubt who the big favorites are, right? They've got all the big stars, and they looked phenomenal yesterday.
I agree 100%. Let's bring in the teams that we're going to see today, at least everybody so they can see. Twitch chat as well. I want you to be part of this show. So spam the chat and make the lives of the moderators really complicated. I love that. Moderators hate me. I like that, by the way. So LR versus NORD, how they got here, especially from LR, what we've seen yesterday. We have like clips from the from yesterday, and well, there you go. This is the bracket how we got into the finals. Ruddy Sack losing versus LR on the 3-0, a clean sweep. There was some fighting spirit from Ruddy Sack at the end on the game 3, but LR were just on a different level. It is really complicated to play against them.
Yeah, I think Los Ratones, right? As soon as they lost to NORD, take a look at the lower bracket. 9 games, 9 victories. You can't ask for more. Defending EMEA Masters champions, defending NLC champions. Of course, they wanted to make it to the final, and I think their performances tell that tale.
From LR, what we've seen yesterday, let's talk a little bit about it and how they won, because there was a whole story of them losing on the top bracket and then going versus NORD. And what they provided yesterday, Baus on the first game, was absurd with that Sion.
Baus was doing the Baus things. We talked about Baus being able to either bring you the best out of the best or, well, sometimes disappoint you a little bit. No disappointment yesterday, though. Baus was on point. He was the pivotal point for the team of winning that game number 1. And after that, the Quinn performance and game number 3, Baus was unstoppable. Nobody from Raisak was able to cut through him. Nobody from Raisak was able to predict how Baus is going to move through the map or that he's going to jump into the Herald. How do you know that? How do you come up with that on the spot?
There's a feeling that Baus keeps upgrading every series he plays, and this is scary. The way we play with the Quinn, we've seen the Quinn in the past. I know it was an incident. This one, how do you fight against it?
Yeah, we've seen the flaws, right? On this side, I think Velia and Baus, they teamed up so well together to make sure the Quinn got off to a good start and didn't fall too far behind. And this led to this, right? Game deciding, the final fight. Your AD carry is gone before the fun really begins. And while the fight still plays, you know who the winner would be. Those first 2 games were the strongest I can remember seeing Los Ratones in quite a while. Game number 3 was a bit more tough, but they managed to pull through, punish on 1 mistake from Ruddy Sack, and here are, look at the superstars.
Everybody brings something into the table, and this is versus Ruddy Sack, a team that is extremely strong. Every one of those players from Ruddy have been shining, and Los Ratones were able to win 3-0. But there's a player we would like to actually bring the spotlight, because he never does it at the beginning of the game. It's when the game scales towards him. I think Crowny was an absolute monster, especially with the Lucian.
Listen, can I just say that game number 3, I talked about how game number 1 was pretty much on balls. Game number 3, huge respect to Crowny because he was one of the main focal points in the game. The way he was so aggressive on that Lucian, the way he was jumping right into the enemies. And if you look at the stats, oh, thank you very much. Here are the stats. Look at them. Look at the damage per minute. This is insane.
Yeah, I think the big part, right? 10 CS a minute while he was pivotal in the game. I think he had around 80% kill participation. So he wasn't just sitting and farming up a storm. He was the key they played around to win the game. As soon as he got rolling, the Nami on top, the slows. We know how annoying that 2v2 combo is. Put a Nemesis, Cillian on top of that with the movement speed and slows. You couldn't get away from Crowny. And man, he was the hero in game number 3.
but they're playing versus a team that so far has been undefeated this split as soon as they got at least into playoffs and they were able to get no way. NORD have been stellar in how they got here, especially because we haven't seen them in a while. They took a big break.
Well, most importantly, how they got here. They beat Los Ratones, guys. They made sure that Los Ratones went through the loser bracket, and gave us a little bit more games. So thank you. Huge props, of course, to Vizi Chachi for what he did versus the Baus, the top lane. But NORD have had fantastic games so far. Everybody on this team has been insane. I'm especially looking at Youngers and this very moment with the steal of the Nashor. But overall, NORD didn't have too many games to play throughout the playoffs. You gotta remember that they're coming into today's series well rested, hopefully having done their homework yet again stellar. And I'm looking forward to see what they're going to draft this time.
Yeah, just like Los Ratones has superstars, the same can be said for NORD, right? Youngers and Vizicachi, the two biggest names, and obviously Norway, massive in Germany as well. I think, though, the top side 2v2, if there is any team in the NLC that can handle the pressure that Baus provides on the map and his playing style, it is the two veterans, right, who've been to Worlds, who've been in the NLC, and or not NLC as well, LEC, and won it. So big stars on the NORD roster. And I think this series could go all the way.
I think this series will go all the way. This is why we make predictions, and this is why we're going to show what the casters believe it's going to happen. I know this might shock a lot of people. I think we're all in agreement that this could be a 5-game series.
Yeah, we
That's
are. I mean,
Rome.
that's the consensus, right? 5-game series. I was leaning between NORD and Los Ratones, but in the end, I went for the Rats. They were too good yesterday, and I feel like that clutch factor they have, that will be, you know, the deciding edge.
Game number 3 yesterday convinced me to go with Los Ratones today because we saw them reverting to the old Los Ratones game and still winning in such a fashion that you gotta believe them. No matter how the games goes, they should take the series.
Well, they are at least the defending title, and obviously we want to put a player in front of another player. It's always interesting to see how the match is going to go. So this is why we picked top versus top. I think Chachi versus Baus is going to be pivotal. We've seen in the previous series, and these stats from Baus keep improving. Obviously, gold at 15 is weird because he dies a lot, but he farms a lot. He brings a lot of things.
Yeah, I think this matchup is where we'll really be looking, right? I think for NORD, this is their key to success. We saw it in the upper bracket, 2-0 with Chachi and Yankers really teaming up and giving Baus a hard time, punishing him for when he wanted to be aggressive and try and set down the tempo for the game. So you can see it in the numbers, right? Baus can sometimes be caught in the early game. The goal difference at 15 is low because of that, because later in the game, all of a sudden, he finds a turret, he finds a kill, and he's 1k up again.
Can I just say that many teams throughout this split have tried to bring down Los Ratones through the top lane. None of them have managed to achieve that, apart from Vizicachi and apart from NORD.
So as we're waiting for the players, I know they're about to be ready. I want to highlight the fact that not only they found the ingredient, the secret ingredient, but Chachi and Yankas, I was talking with them. I got the opportunity to talk with them, and they feel extremely confident. Just as Chachi was talking on that one, we're talking about the MVP of the split, the experience coming in from the LEC. All of those things are piling up. What about the rest of the map? And also, this is pivotal before we jump into Champion Select. NORD picked red side, so they know how to counter the Rats question.
There is no doubt we will look towards top lane, right? Because I think it's for sure. The R5, unless something gets picked very early on for Baus, that will be for Vizicachi. They need to give him a good matchup. We saw the Trundle last time, right? And that opens up the big conversation. Do you maybe ban it? Do you try and do something against it? Because it was clear Baus, he really struggled against it. 12 deaths in a game, that tells the story.
You know what? I'm gonna be looking at the jungle again. I know I said it yesterday, but today I'm gonna... First of all, there is still Velia in the jungle, and it's so interesting to watch him evolve throughout the split, but Velia versus Youngest is going to be a very big matchup. They're all so crucial for the teams, facilitating the lanes a lot throughout the early game. So my eyes, and your eyes, everybody, should be in that jungle today.
Especially when we see Velia versus an Afiri. The previous time we've seen this, Yankas versus Velia, the Nafiri almost ate him alive. Yesterday, he completely dominated that match. He went with the Poppy early game, outsmited the enemy. Everybody was ready for that one. So Velia understood his assignment. He's playing more for the bot lane as well. We've seen that before, the heat map, where he goes more for Crowny. He likes to give that lead. So for the first game, I know we predicted the 5 games. I want to get a prediction of where do you think is going to land before the Champion Select?
game one, I'm leading NORD, right? I think the side select will come in huge. Being on red side, being able to get the guaranteed counter pick, I think that could be the difference maker for game number one. And then obviously side select will shift and we'll see what gets removed with the fearless draft as well.
No, I'm gonna go the opposite way.
Okay.
I think Los Ratones take game number one. I think they are well prepared for this, but then NORD are going to bounce back, give us at least 2 more games, and then that's when we go into the Silver Scrapes.
Okay.
Okay, NX and Crowny, how can we face them? How can we put them face to face? They're about to go on stage. We're just waiting. That is on Cadril. I don't know. We always blame Cadril. But obviously, how do you put them face to face? Because on one side, you know Crowny wants that early game. He wants the aggression. He wants the lead. NX doesn't want that much. He wants to farm. He wants to be chilling and then provide for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so much will be decided on the laning phase there, right? Unless you really manage to punish Crowny, I don't think there's much you can do. You know he'll gather up a storm. I think so much of it is about the fact as well, when you have the protection around you, right? You need Reckless, for example, for Crowny, with the Nami, the Braum, to make sure you don't overstay in lane, and then you can win it.
I think the players are ready. I think it's time to see their champion select. But before that, we need the players to walk on the stage. Are you ready, Copenhagen? I like this. Let's start with NORD. The undefeated team, the Phoenix. Let's bring NORD into the stage. His thirst has only increased so far and no one has been able to stop him. MVP of the split, Visit Shachi! Now into the jungle, his history is unmatched. First to get 300 wins in EU Pro Play, the first Blood King. Give it up for your man, Jankos! In the mid lane, the German powerhouse, the Rat Slayer. It is no way! He knows his job, and he dies for it. The spear, the tip of the spear from NORD. Make some noise for NX! He doesn't have that experience on the stage like the others, but that won't interfere with how he leads his team into team fights. He's a playmaker. Make it some noise for Nash! They found the secret everyone couldn't. A way to defeat the undefeatable. The coaches make some noise for just John and Scotty! Like you're listening, rise from the ashes, rise like a phoenix, make some noise for NORD! Are you ready? From the lower bracket, you know it. Let's make some noise for them. Los Ratones. Starting from the top lane, you know he is. Known by many, but loved by everyone. The Messi of League, Boss! His skill ceiling keeps getting higher. The most buffed player in league. Make some noise. Value! You can't stop the unstoppable. The fear of every mid laner. You know him with all his experience. Nemesis! Time is his ally, and late game is his kingdom. The sniper, the one and only, Crowdy! He protects, he attacks, but most importantly, he always got your backs. Make some noise for the king, Reckless! And how can you see this team without their coach? The rat whisperer, the one who changes everything. Come on, Denmark, make some noise. Control! One final time before we hear them talk in the champion select. Make some noise for NORD, for Los Ratones. How you doing, Copenhagen?
Versus Los Ratones in the greatest game the NLC has ever seen! It all comes down to this. Nothing but victory will suffice. The teams are about to take to their computers, about to take to the Rift. Nash and Baus, if you could join me up on the stage for some fighting words. Baus, yesterday you were so confident in your 3-0 prediction. Has anything changed?
No, it has not.
Nash, you have been playing for a pretty long darn time within the NLC region. NORD have been around for a pretty long time within the NLC region. Is this the day that you win the championship? Is this the day that NORD claim their first ever title?
Definitely.
Well, there you have it, Copenhagen and NLC fans across the world. Players, head to your computers. Casters, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Grand finals kicking off. How are you doing, Trouble?
Doing great. This is a full arena.
Holy moly.
And it's actually insane. We come from like UK League, the Nordic League. That shit was not supposed to happen, and it has, and it's insane.
I said it yesterday. I genuinely never thought we'd see a crowd like this for NLC. So Copenhagen, thank you so much. The energy is absolutely incredible. I've got butterflies every time you guys cheer. It's amazing. I'm so excited for this. And yesterday, it was a 3-0. It was a very fun 3-0. I genuinely believe we're getting 5 games
done
today.
with that.
We're done with that.
Not
I
3-0
believe
today.
it's 5.
You know what? It's really funny. I had a chat with Nash and Chachi, and I was like, come on, man. Like, you want to win, sure, give us 5 games, you know, just for the content.
Yeah.
Chachi was stone cold. He's like, we're going 3. He's a 3-0.
They're really confident in themselves, and I know they've got their heads down. That's the big thing here. Like, we're seeing a lot of grind coming out from these guys. You know, as soon as they did all their bits at the beginning of the day, they went straight back. NORD got back to it, got grinding, just got into as much practice in as possible. They are locked and loaded. They do not want to have to worry about getting a match point versus Los Ratones. They just want to repeat what they did last time they played versus them.
I mean, we just have to be honest here, right? Los Ratones have not really suffered any losses, and the only losses they have suffered are from NORD. One over in Winter Split, which, you know, the coincidence that we call it, but we can't take it away from NORD for also punishing it, right? But this time around, it was a very solid 2-0 in that upper bracket. They looked like the more dominant team. They looked like the stronger team. And I feel like you can say that, like, Baus was not playing his best League of Legends, right? But I feel like NORD as a whole were playing theirs.
I think what makes this matchup for me so exciting is we're seeing Los Ratones seem to have kind of found that form again after dropping to NORD. And we're seeing the best of NORD versus the best of Los Ratones. Like, these two teams, I think right now, are at the strongest we've ever seen them. And that, to me, is really exciting. Like, NORD genuinely look amazing. I've been saying this all weekend, but I truly do believe Chachi deserved that MVP. He has been consistently the best player in the whole league this split. Baus, I really think, is on form right now as well. This top lane is so exciting. There's so much, like, it's just explosive up there.
It's really funny because Chachi is a very lane-dominant top laner.
Yeah.
You know, the Camille's, the Trundle he brought out the other day. Like, he really wants to pin you down in lane, and he never lets go. On the other side, you've got Baus, who was a macro monster yesterday. You unlocked him on the map. Los Ratones could just play the team fights freely. His TPs, his flanks, his ults, the flash counter-strikes that he found later on with the Jags that were absolutely impeccable. So I feel like it's a case of, can Chachi pin him in lane and not give them the benefit of having him around the map, and can Baus find his way around that?
Another little thing that I'm quite excited about.
That's a great hairline.
That's a great hairline. Great thing I've enjoyed about, like, looking at the prep and going into the champ select for this first game is, I remember last split, there was a talk about NORD having a strat where they were like, we're just going to pick every Baus champ in game 1 and just ban him out.
Yeah.
They don't need to do that. I feel like this is a very coordinated team right now. Jankos being an absolutely brilliant addition to the team has brought so much to them. It's stacked. So I think now we get into the nitty gritty. What are we looking for in game 1? What are our plans? You know, a little bit of champ select. What's also kind of like the macro angle that they need to be taking early? What are we expecting from them?
I think what's really surprising is that NORD had side selection for game 1.
Yeah.
And they chose red.
They did, yeah.
To me, that shows that they are very capable of not caring about the B1. They don't particularly care about one specific champion, one particular power pick. They care more about being able to counter that. And having the R5, primarily we do see supports picked at R5, but this could be an avenue where they do again give Chachi a more lane-dominant carry or champion in general towards the top side of the map to just pretty much replicate what they did in that upper bracket.
Yeah, well, you're normally right. Like, it is support that you want that counter pick. I really feel like this is the Chachi angle.
Yep.
I don't think you're picking this.
This is the
like,
MVP of the split
yeah,
angle.
like, right, you know, you're not picking this just so you can get your support counter picking. You want Chachi to take over. You want him to put Baus behind. So that's probably what we're expecting going into this game.
Can we try something?
Go on.
All right. Copenhagen, I want you to tell me, who do you believe more in? Baus on Sion? Or something legendary, visit Chachi Poppy. Wow, I'm surprised quite even.
I think that was Sion favored. It was a little Sion
a
favored.
little bit, but surprisingly quite even. I mean, Chachi Poppy is
Chachi
just
Poppy
legendary.
is undeniable, to be honest. That Poppy, I'll be surprised if we see Poppy. I'll
I
be
don't
really
think so.
surprised
I
if we'll
don't
see
think so.
Poppy.
I don't know if we're going to see Trundle as well with what he did to them last time.
I mean, yeah, the Trundle absolutely demolished Los Ratones. It's part of what lost them their undefeated sprint, really. But yeah, I mean, moving away from top lane, because obviously Chachi and Baus is where we've had our big focuses. I also want to talk a little bit about NX and Crownie, because Crownie, like, you know, it was a bit of a Baus, though. It was a bit of a Baus show yesterday, but Crownie, especially in Game 3 when he had the Lucian Nami, he was putting out numbers. I mean, we brought the stat
He had
up
a Nami,
earlier.
he had a zillion, he had everything. He
He
had the whole
literally,
crew on him.
he had everyone to keep him going, and he delivered. He really came through for the team. What are we feeling about the Crown ENAX matchup?
I feel like it's going to be really hype.
Hmm.
I have a feeling that Radisson decided really late to actually, yesterday, to play the 2 versus 2. So in games 1 and 2, they pretty much denied the 2 versus 2 and they started like roaming with the support. But when they actually decided to play the 2 versus 2 down bot lane, I feel Reckless and Crowny fell in the first 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
So Inex and Nash right here, I think are one of the best bot lanes that we do have in the NLC to try and go up against Crowny and Reckless. Now, what I think is going to be the most interesting part about all this is Velia versus Jankos. Jankos brings so much experience to the table, and a lot of the times, the plays he makes for the teams are sort of like under the rug. You don't necessarily see the action from Jankos, the shot calling, how much he holds them up together.
Yeah.
And I feel like Velia had also a fantastic series yesterday, particularly with the Poppy, where he just constantly kept denying camps, finding avenues, protecting Baus. And I feel like the majority is going to fall into Velia's back to protect Baus and stop Jankos from pathing top.
I also do believe some of that will also then bleed into the mid lane.
Yeah.
Because your mid pressure generally infinitely, well, say generally,
I think Noah will
correlates
be
to
fine.
your
He had
power.
the whole suit on.
Yeah, I mean, no way came ready, right? But we have seen Nemesis yesterday, especially on that RE in game 1. I don't think he missed a charm in a team fight. He was on fire on that.
I'm a little bit worried. If this goes to 5 games, Norway has showed 5 champions this entire time. So I'm kind of worried that if they're taken away, if they're picked, if they're banned, does Norway have the champion pool to go up against someone like Nemesis who can actually pull up things like the Zillion and the Akali? And it looks quite flashy, particularly with the Akali, as we're slowly but surely getting into the champs of the guys. Don't you worry, we're going to get straight into the action. We're all hoping for 5 games here. I know that most fans hope for 3-0, but come on, man. We need the content. We need the 5 full games.
I want 5.
Yeah.
I don't want to have
That's
a
the
voice.
fun of League, right? The best finals in history have been 5 games.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They always are. You never think about that legendary 3-0, do you?
That legendary stomp.
I genuinely have no voice. I'm flying tomorrow morning. I don't want to be able to speak to the passport guy. I want to be...
No one cares about your voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's done. I mean, Archer, you could hear his voice going as he was yelling everyone coming on, and the crowd, I mean, once we get going, I want to hear so much from you guys. I need to feed off your energy, Copenhagen.
I see the lobby filling up. We're
Ooh,
getting there.
close.
We're getting there. I think it's going to be very interesting in draft. I want to see if it's going to backfire for NORD. We do not have teams that have side selection and pick red side. It's very, very rare across the whole globe as well. It's actually very rare to see.
Yeah.
Like the LPL actually plays 1 versus 1s before the best of starts to decide which team takes side select, and the one who wins the 1 versus 1 usually chooses blue side. And this time, NORD, I think they are going to go for the counter picks. Again, the one thing that I'm worried about was the money on your screens right there. No way. 5 champs played overall. If this is the best of 5 in 5 games, what do you have left? What you got in your sleeve?
I mean, we're going to have to find out what they got up their sleeve coming into this, but I feel like they're ready because the curveball of picking this red side here for NORD probably caught LR off a little bit. LR would have been very much planning, expecting game 1 to be, you know, on NORD's side.
The players say hello to each other.
That's very sweet of them.
In the lobby.
I'm sure they've seen each other backstage, but they still say hello in the lobby.
Yep.
For everyone in the crowd, we do have everyone in the lobby. We can see that on our end, so we're just waiting for casters to start the game. That's us.
It's on us?
You know, it's on us. It's not on us, by the way. Just to break that illusion for everyone before we start getting flamed.
Oh.
We get the chat.
Nobody's giving compliments to Velia. Okay. He's trying to sweet talk him so he doesn't gank mid. That's what it is.
He said he looks handsome out there.
Yeah.
There's no trash talk here. It's love. It's all love.
It's all
here.
wholesome.
Yeah, it's wholesome. Wholesome at the NLC. Well, hopefully we get into this fairly soon.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks like okay, no. I'm also reading the updates at the same time.
Exactly.
They're all just sending each other lovely messages.
Okay, the mood is good.
Okay, we're going to Analyst desk, I believe, because we still have a few issues to sort out. So we're going to pass it down to Archer just to fill while we get ourselves sorted up.
We're getting ready. As soon as we can, as soon as everything is fixed on stage, we'll go back into the players for Champion Select 1. So we got the players, they were talking as well. And game 1 should be high importance in terms of champions, fearless draft. We were talking here on the desk, debating the Poppy value, not only for Chachi, but for Velia to work versus Nafiri like yesterday.
I think that is maybe the key, right? Because once you raise that point, I realized maybe even NORD need to ban the Puppy, the champion. I want to say Chachi is most famous for in his time in the EU LCS as well, because it could be first picked by Baus, it's one of his safer champions in his kit, and it denies the Nafiri really, or at the very least, it's a very good counter against it. So I think, honestly, NORD should ban it, because otherwise it's a huge denial.
Also, without the Poppy, what else can we see in terms of importance? I like the fact that Trouble was talking about the champion pool coming in from Norway. Can they explore that? Because on the previous game, I think they tried to explore LR. It was NORD taking the advantage in terms of champion select. I think the champion select was marvelous. But how can an LR actually explore Norway's champion pool? He likes to play from afar. If you put him face to face, things got to get heated.
You need to look into champions like Xerath and Hui. You need to look into the champions that can work from afar, because the rest of the NORD, especially the top side of the NORD, are going to go into you very aggressively. You know that their mid laner is always going to stay far. So either you get rid of the champions that are the artillery, or you find some ways to get onto him. You find a Kali's, you find your Ambassadors, you find something with a really good backline access. So there are two ways to approach it, and knowing Los Ratones, they can easily pilot into either of these two.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but for instance, the Queen could be a priority for Baus to chase down Norway, because he wants to be from afar, and sometimes he's going to be isolated from his team because his team is doing something while he's in the back,
and
trying to shoot the
Queen.
Queen.
The flank as well, right? Because all of a sudden, Norway, his champions don't have too much mobility in his kit, so just like we saw with Nata yesterday, right? One wrong step, if you aren't protected, you're dead from the Queen. I think Baus, it would be risky considering how it went the first time. You know NORD is able to play against it, but at the same time, after yesterday, with how confident he feels on a brilliant Queen game, I think he might be ready to go for it again.
Getting some information, I believe. Okay, I believe we're about to send to Casas as soon as we get the green light, because the players seem to be ready. I just want to get that confirmation. Okay, Casas are ready to jump into Champion Select. How are you doing? You look beautiful.
So do you, Archer.
too, man.
Handsome, handsome devil. Copenhagen!
Let's go!
Let's get this series underway. Wow. I thought it sounded like an ocean rolling over. It was the clappers going away.
I got a 30 seconds in my ears, so we're getting closer. I wish I could do the countdown with everyone, the 10, 9, but I don't know exactly when it's going to be.
Well, there it is. It's up on our screen. Champ Select Copenhagen.
Okay, very important bits.
Yeah.
What happens with the Sion? What happens with the Poppy? These are very, very two important calls right here. The Rumble also. I actually had a very interesting discussion with Chachi in the previous finals, and he said that he actually sucked at Rumble when Rumble became meta, like all those years back.
Yeah.
And he tried so hard over and over again. It was one of the champions that never really interested him, and he actually got really good at it. Deserved ban right here. Sion gone, Gragas gone, Poppy gone, Rumble gone.
Boost?
Any more top laners? Anyone? The Trundle, perhaps? No, it's the Varus.
Well, it's like we knew, but Baus versus Charge would be the hype one. The Varus obviously does need to go. Inax and Crownie, both really, really capable at that champion. Now, what's the next pickup here? That's actually just going to be Crownie's Lucian banned away. Thinking now what power picks are available. Lots of those big Baus champs are open. I don't expect this to be a blind pick for him. Probably looking jungle angle here.
The Pantheon has been a B1 consistently for the NLC. And right here, Velia is going to take that one away. I would be very surprised if I didn't see that Xin Zhao angle right here from Jankos. It's usually the response to Pantheon. You can very easily breach the early to mid game. You can actually fist fight with Pantheon. You do need friends, of course. We see usually Pantheon or Xin Zhao paired up with like Talias and Ares, and anything that can pretty much be strong in a 2 versus 2 scenario.
I like the Ari pick there because Nemesis looked absolutely incredible on that on day 1. So nice denial, take that away. Don't give the Pantheon Ari combo over to Los Ratones. And now Jankos, I think Xin Zhao's a fine answer here. It also pairs up well with the Ari. You have a little bit of mid-jungle synergy between the pair of them, bit skirmishing.
Unless you want to... Okay, I like this from NORD. I'd love to see a whole all-in composition
Yeah.
from the rest of the crew. I want to see Kaisers from them. I want to see things that dive straight into the backline. Chachi plays a mean Camille as well. It fits the bill right here, depending on what Bao speaks on the other side as well. But I'm expecting something like a Talia to come out from Nemesis, something that really does complement the Pantheon of his skirmishes.
I think also a Talia would stop the dive.
No way, no way he does that.
Is
no
he
way
actually
going to
be picking this
He's
blind?
not- Oh!
Cho'Gath for Baus.
You can't give trauma to Baus, apparently. He'll pick it into Chachi again. Is the Trundle gonna count? Trundle is open. But Nemesis plays Cho'Gath mid. He plays the speedy Cho'Gath, so...
How does that do into the Ahri, though?
You pick a Trundle right here? I mean, I think it should be fine, but this pretty much
Silas.
solidifies the deal that Silas goes mid. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Trundle come out from Chachi. That was the matchup. That was the one where he was 5,000 gold up, 5 levels up, absolutely invincible on the champ.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good angle for that, and then you also still get that nice pick in the support role. They're not going for that angle. You're locking the Kai'Sa. I know you're a big fan of it, but the Nico is now up as a support option here for Nash. Does he play it? Because we know Marlon played it yesterday.
Nash plays it too, actually. Nash plays Nico as well. I don't mind right here because they do have an all-in composition to sort of kill the bot lane and just go for some more engage, you know, the Alistas, the Rels, the Leonas and all that, just so they can have a more linear approach to the team fights. We see champion, we all together jump champion.
Yeah.
The response right here from LR is, do you actually play a more pearl composition? Because from what I'm seeing right here, this is not necessarily a front to back. This is pretty much every man for himself situation from Los Ratones.
All right, well, moving into the next stage of bans with Corki taken away here from NORD. LR probably just looking at things like a Trundle is a really solid ban right now. The Camille, that you mentioned as well, actually, is also nice. They're denying the Nautilus, though, don't want some engage coming in from the side of NORD.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Xayah banned here as well. She's fantastic into Vi. You can literally ult her ult.
Yep.
And you are an anti-assassin type of champion. Really good into Kaisa as well down the bot lane. I feel like if you are going to play for that all-in sort of composition, you need to take those kind of champions that are safer out.
Alrighty, well, NORD really thinking about what they're going to take away as their last ban here. Take away the Rel, a little bit more engaged now. One thing we are looking at, Los Ratones, I mean, their engage is Pantheon point and click and a bounce rupture right now. I mean, technically, also you have the Abscond Abduct from the Silas, but it's not like solid engage yet, right? Where on the side of NORD, again, you have more situational, but you do have that solid engage in the VIR. I think that the ban on the kind of supports that can engage makes sense because Nash, we know that the Nico is great for the Kaisa, but this Rakan is going to offer so much more engage, and now NORD's comp is actually looking a lot more well-rounded.
That's what they tried to break apart. Xayah is fantastic into what NORD has. Very anti-dive heavy, pairs insanely well with her hubby, Rakan. And NORD locking the 2018 bot lane that destroyed us in the World Finals.
It wouldn't be game one without Reckless playing Alistair, and the crowd have already gone mad for that one. Final lock-in here for Chachi.
Not the Trundle, apparently.
Not the Trundle. Well, still hovering. Trundle is still an option. I do like the Gwen, though. Gives you a massive amount of power in the team fights. Gives you, great side lane pressure. Is going to get locked in. I will say that one criticism I have here, NORD are very AP leaning. Very AP leaning. I mean, Kaisa, we saw yesterday go part AP. I hope Inax goes full AD here.
I feel like having the Cho'Gath in that team, I'm looking towards Lethal Tempo, Kraken Slayer. However, the full attack speed build as well, where you go for the Rage Blade, you use that Static Shift, really does help in lane as well, clearing out those waves. You're playing against Xayah as well. It might just help having that extra damage, that extra clear, the extra attack speed for the Kaisa. I don't necessarily mind it because there are not many champions that can build all this MR. And even if they do, there's still 80 damage coming from Kaisa, there's still damage coming from the Vi, but NORD have a very dive-heavy composition into Los Ratones.
Yeah, this is a very dive-heavy. I think we're in for a bloodbath to open us up, which is what we want. We want these players to just come in swinging, come in fighting.
Man, I'm on the fence.
You're on the fence.
Yeah. I'm looking at the Vi, and even though it makes sense right here, you know where I stand. I'm like, but Xin Zhao, As we're slowly but surely, the handshake's going through. We're gonna get into game one.
Listen to that crowd. It's back to us. We are going into game any second now. I can see it on my screen. So we're getting into that one. Copenhagen, have you fallen asleep?
No, they haven't. Game number 1. NORD taking on Los Ratones. It's going to be a bloodbath, Trouble.
Both teams pretty much curated to fist fight. For Los Ratones, I have to say, it's going to come a little bit later on. You need a couple of items onto the Silas. My only worry right here is that the Los Ratones composition is very, very short range. You're sporting 4 melee champions and a Zaya, of course, right? An AD carry. But with a very dive-heavy composition and a Gwen that likes to stick onto champions, having 4 very short-range champs, you're making it a little bit too easy for NORD to sort of jump you. So we'll see how these team fights will go. Again, for Los Ratones, they have a very disruptive sort of composition. For Nemesis, you've got so many ults you can pick and choose. Usually you go for that Ari ult so you can be very slippery throughout the team fights, reach that backline.
Alrighty, well, wards go down from Los Ratones just to spot out what Jankos is going to be doing. He's starting on that red side, probably just going to grab that camp and dip. Actually, no, he's just going to go into the blue side. Now, this does mean that Jankos will be clearing upwards towards Chachi, so maybe we'll see a little bit of early action there. Velia also will be clearing upwards though, but when you start on your Raptor camp here and then you head south and then back up to north, it does slow down that clear somewhat. So may actually just skip a couple of camps and just head straight towards top in case any action breaks out. We'll have to see. If Chachi gets going on this Gwen, Faust's life is going to be pretty rough.
Getting a little bit of deja vu from the upper bracket final.
Yeah. I just... Last time Baus picked Cho'Gath.
Let's make it clear, right? Let's remind everyone. So in that game, Chachi obviously had the Trundle, Baus onto the Cho'Gath. I don't necessarily think it was that much of a matchup issue as much as it was timers for Baus. So Jankos again passing towards the top side of the map, and that was the crucial part where Baus had pushed too far, but usually you'll see him proxying as well. So if he's about to die, he'll take something with him, right? He'll push the wave, he'll force you under tower, he'll do something, and he just quite didn't in that particular series. Development that we've seen from yesterday, huge. He was a macro monster. Yeah. He was forming waves really nicely. He was playing between tier 1 and tier 2 without necessarily giving up too much. And we want to see this here as well. As you can see, Velia, we said it's very important that he protects towards the top side of the map, and both junglers heading towards the top. Velia has the chance to do that.
And right now, No Way is the one with the pressure in the lane versus Nemesis. So if they do look to maybe skirmish over Crab or anything like that, they have so much priority for NORD right now. I mean, even their bot lane had a shove that they're able to move over, rotate, spot out where the Crab is. And if they don't see Velia on this Crab when it spawns up fairly soon, they're going to know that he's around top lane. And that's going to be just more information over. With the pressure mounted, Nash was able to come up into mid, see if there was an option for anything. There wasn't, because Nemesis is playing far enough back to not be under any threat.
I love what Inax and Nash have done here. They shoved in the wave, as you mentioned. Inax backs, gets a call. Nash roams mid, stands there, guards for Norway, which he had received a lot of criticism, right, from Norway, for stepping too forward, getting his flash taken, then repeatedly getting ganked. Now, Ari, of course, if you lose your flash before level 6, you're kind of screwed. But if you lose your flash towards that level 6, you still have avenues to outplay through that ultimate. She is a very slippery champion, and so far, Norway has been making Nemesis' life a hell.
Yeah, it's been really, really rough for Nemesis up. He's out of mana now as well, so can't even farm with the abilities underneath the tower. Just needs to take a bit of punishment, but he's just going to back off, TP back to lane. No Way. It's a shovel wave, and just going to have a reset advantage. Now, looking at the top lane, Velia making his way up, looking for Chachi. Chachi's only level 4 right now. We're seeing a teleport from Nemesis into mid lane. Are they going to go for the dive?
I think it was more than looking for Chachi. I actually think that was to guard Baus, to push in that wave, crush it under tower, without necessarily Jankos being around. This is the fear that we get from the upper bracket final, right? That Jankos was there on correct jungle timers and Baus fell for them. That was very respectful. They're using Velia as a shield, as bot lane.
Inax, ignited. Reckless going quite low off the back of this, but I don't think they're under threat yet. I say that, and Jankos actually was making his way over, gets scared off. Velia
there too.
Just going to back off, and right now I feel like anyone can just press flash and someone might get blown up.
Can you just feel the tension, and nothing has happened yet? Everything is on a very thin line. Junglers very close to ganking. They're roaming. They're scattering around the map. They're looking for opportunities. Nothing's happened yet, but it just feels like it's about to break open.
This is a very, very tense couple of moments. It looks like the tension is dissipated, though. Yep. Everyone's going to just back off. And I felt the whole room go quiet there for a second. But it's a very, very different play style from what we saw versus Ruddy yesterday here from Los Ratones. There's a lot of respect there. They're playing the map as smart as possible, not looking to give up any major advantages, not looking to make any major risks. But at some point, they do need to do something where they will pull that trigger, find that opportunity. And no way, he's got the ward, so he shouldn't be under any threat. Just hit 6. Has that Spirit Rush available, will be able to dash away if they even thought about jumping on him.
Yeah, I feel like the most important part right here, if you're Nord, is to get your Vi to level 6 as fast as possible, and that's where you start forcing summoners to try to get kills.
Yeah.
I feel like Ahri, Vi, at that level 6 mark, it's very, very easy to get picks onto the map. You've got 2 minutes until Void grabs, you've got the Dragon up, so you get a pick onto the map, and then you look for an objective. However, Baus is just looking to see if he can find Nash.
He has Feast, but I don't think
you
Nash
can
is going to
push
give
there.
it to him.
You're surrounded by 4 members of Nord.
I think you get the kill at the best and then die immediately.
He changed. He changed. He would have pushed the wave, you know?
He would have.
He would have.
He's changed for the better, is what I'd say.
They've changed him.
Well, it looks like Los Ratones are actually not particularly interested in contesting the grubs. The fact that they've kept Crowny and Reckless in the bot lane. Chachi's already been moved over. He's got teleport available, so if there was a big explosion of action to break out, he could rotate down, but Chachi quite happy to give that play up, grab as much of this wave as possible. He's just going to play it chill. It looks like actually Los Ratones, we talked about this yesterday, during the playoffs they had a 70% first Drake ratio. Velia's already looking towards that Dragon. It looks like Nord, they set up for grubs, got scared about Dragon, and now kind of giving up a little bit too much off that.
Yeah, Yakos is just looking for his level 6, right? He's literally 1 camp. If you look on his portrait, that purple bar will show you how much XP he has. He's literally 1 camp away from that level 6. Again, that level 6 paired up with an Ahri, it's pretty much a guaranteed setup kill. Let's see where Jankos is going to be looking for, because like, they've left Velia all alone. He's quite low.
Charging up the queue, Dragon was secured, but looks like they're going to call it off. Again, Nord playing it chill.
So
playing
cautious.
playing it very cautious. They didn't really have the pressure with Chachi under tower and mid resetting, so I actually think that was the right call from Jankos. He's just going to move topside, look towards those grubs. He's bought pressure there with his bot lane. They're happy to make this play, but like you can see, Crowny and Reckless making their way up through the top side. There
like
may be a contest.
The rotation from Nord came in too early, right? Where they couldn't contest the Dragon, and now they're going to get contested for the Void grubs as well, as Los Ratones will take the Dragon, and then they'll push down the wave, and then they'll rotate towards the top side of the map. But I think at this point in game, I feel like Nord are that much stronger. They have so much pick potential with the Vi and the Ahri. You've got Nash in there as well. They've already set up. They've got the deep wards into Los Ratones jungle. I feel like Los Ratones should just put their hands up here, take whatever side lanes they can, push out the waves, and handshake the 2 neutral objectives.
I think the objective handshake is absolutely fine here for Los Ratones. Nords are also going to be happy with it. I do think grubs have a very high value as Reckless is actually looking to play Interrupt. They've been able to zone them off the grubs. All of that setup from Nord, and they're just going to give it over. Los Ratones, they don't even have to get a kill. They just walk in and bully them off.
Talk about playing cautious, I feel like...
That was too cautious.
That was too cautious, yeah. I get you don't want to make mistakes, particularly versus LR. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You know how it goes.
Oh, Chachi. He's got the needlework. He's going to throw it out.
Not
Baus
again.
Getting snipped here. Charging forwards. Baus has to flash the wall. Gets out alive. As we see Nemesis actually stealing the Spirit Rush. No way forced to use his own Spirit Rush. Just going to back away. Everyone's just testing the water right now. I thought it'd be a bloodbath, but they're a little shy to get in.
I feel like the more Nord wait right here to make Vi useful, the less useful she will be later on. You saw how Nat really did suffer getting into those fights later on with the Vi, even though they were even quite for the entire game. I feel like Pantheon's one of those champions that, yeah, sure, he's stronger early to mid-game, but he's still pretty useful later on, especially when he has the passive. He's a little bit more durable. He can break apart fights. He's a nuisance in the backline. He can jump to your AD carry. Like, he does have avenues of being useful in team fights. I feel like Vi, sometimes when she falls behind, she presses R and then dies.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is what that champ does. Very reliable what she does, but
she reliably dies.
It is a major weakness. It's the same with Nocturne, right? Like, turns the lights off, jumps and dies.
It's a one-way ticket.
It's a one-way ticket champ. That's a very good way to call it. Now, though, all of the action has chilled off. We are almost at the 10-minute mark. Gold is Los Ratones favored, and I believe a lot of that comes down to Nord early swapping for the grubs, and then giving up tower plates over to Crowny. He just got free time to get 2 tower plates where... Yeah, Inax got some farm, but he didn't actually translate it into plates at all.
I feel like due to the early rotations from Nords. They lost a couple of waves whilst Crownie was getting them much easier because he stayed down bot lane. They were pushing into the Gwen. There wasn't much resistance right there. Talking about resistance though, 1 minute 40 until the next dragon. Jankos on the Scuttle Crab early, and Los Ratones are looking for an entry into that river. Nash is going to sort of spot them. Not much more is going to happen. The Scuttle Crab goes down. Inax and Nash are going to move towards the bot side of the map as Crownie and Reckless again.
Well, looks like they're just going to have to back off.
Man, this is going to be one fight that's going to... The game is just going to explode. I can just feel it. It's like the tension is there.
We're just simmering the pot right now.
Yep.
We're getting there.
No, there he is.
There
okay,
it is.
There he is.
That is the loudest the crowd have been since we got into game. And his bounce.
It has to be
proxy
something,
farming.
man.
How many stacks? He's got 4 stacks, so he's got 2 more minion stacks to get.
Now, the thing that Chachi has done very cleverly throughout him playing versus Baus is the fact that he will not give up his own wave to stop Baus from proxying. Because it's much more important that this Gwen is actually farmed up. As Inax and Nash, they're under attack. Jankos is there.
Flashes in, they find the lockdown. Nash immediately jumps out the quickness. Velia, low HP, into the back line. We see Jankos slide. Velia burning to the ignite. First blood to Nash. Inax slides in and gets another one. Nemesis joins into the play as he uses the needlework, but Reckless will fall. NORD take 3.
NORD shut down a play from Los Ratones.
Oh, no way! What a charm!
4 kills in the span of 30 seconds, all in favor of NORD, and that's how you break a game open. About 1,000 gold in the lead for now, but the important players have gotten the kills. Well, mostly, there's one on Rakan, right? Kai'Sa, Ahri, Chachi on that Gwen. Let's watch this one more time. That was a play initiated by Los Ratones. They're wrapping around, they're diving onto the AD carry, but Crownie's so far away that by the time they get onto NORD's backline, Velia is almost dead. The double TP is gonna come through, Chachi lands first, but then NORD managed to isolate members from Los Ratones, and Reckless sacrifices himself so that Nemesis can get out.
I feel like Nemesis TP'd way too late to that play. They knew the play was starting, and they just assumed they had it. They should have pulled the trigger.
It was just a response to the TP from Chachi there.
I feel like it was a little bit too forced of a play there, but Los Ratones, they lose those kills. They will still stack this dragon, though. Looks like there's no contest coming in from the side of NORD. That'll be feat of strength for objectives secured here for the side of Los Ratones, and the dragon stack is starting for them here, so able to pick that one up. Didn't see exactly what dragon we're turning into.
And we're gonna have full crit Kai'Sa as well coming through. That's actually really gonna hurt, because if you look over on Los Ratones, there is not a single tanky member. So with the feast, you get a lot more HP on that Cho'Gath, but currently he's very squishy.
Yeah, he has no flash. I don't know if he's got this in him. Eats a minion to get a bit of extra health. Down he goes. Inax takes the kill. Nice dive there from NORD.
So on the other side of the map, this was done during the resets for Los Ratones, so nothing necessarily gained on the other side for the side of LR, and NORD so far, fantastic early game. They managed to keep the tensions low, as Chachi has to deal with Nemesis now on a side lane. And I feel like it's been very slow and calculated. I was worried that the Vi was going to slowly fall off, but it was a play of Los Ratones that sort of backfired on them, with NORD having a fantastic response in that early game. And right now, first items are going to start coming through for both of these teams. Again, that 1,000 lead has become a 2,000 gold lead. Nemesis.
Needlework's doing a lot of work. Has he got that Kingslayer coming up soon? He's going to try and heal. The flash from Chachi. 0-6. NORD starting strong.
MVP Offspring showing up right here on the Gwen. R5. That was the reason red side was picked. So Chachi can have his pick. So Chachi can have his counter pick. 2-0 on that Gwen. About 1,000 gold up. Los Ratones, however, they will respond with the tower. Jankos again behind enemy lines. He's looking.
He is looking for it. Reckless is just going to send him packing. No way he's getting into that. Los Ratones were able to secure the feat of strength as well off the back of that as well.
Another tower bot lane.
Trading towers bot and top, but it's going to be a tower net advantage to Los Ratones. And as these towers fall and as the dust settles, the gold going to be very, very even. We'll have a look at this mid lane fight. Sorry, this bot lane fight again. This is Chachi getting jumped onto by Velia.
Did he die there?
We missed this one.
He doesn't have needlework. He doesn't have needlework.
Yeah, able to evade that. Baus got the kill. We missed that one.
We missed the chomp. All right, +1 stack for the Cho'Gath. Great stuff right there. Rift Herald has spawned, if I'm not wrong. I do see a Vi wiggling about in the pit. So I'm assuming that Jankos is onto that one. They do have pretty good deep vision on the top side in Velia's top quadrant of the jungle. So they are aware where most are. Second item slowly but surely starting to form. There's a BF sword in Kaiser's inventory, Blast in one, a couple of crystals for Vi as well. I'm looking to see that black lever potentially in Vi's inventory.
Oh, Chachi getting run down here. Gonna avoid the rupture with the W. Able
When
to break away.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about that. Alrighty, 16 minutes in. Gold lead. 2,000 to NORD. Items are being finished up. Pretty much everyone's got a full item now off the bat. Starting to work towards those second items. You can see Inax getting towards the, I assume that's going to be an Infinity Edge on him as his second item, with the on tiles as his first. As Jankos jumps over the wall, Crowny forced to use the ultimate. Reckless finds the headbutt pulve onto 2. Reckless being a really good bodyguard for his ADC here.
That was very well played from the side of NORD, because they burned Xayah ult with a Rakan W. They haven't even used Vi R, but they could use it here because Chachi is pushing in a wave under that tower and NORD are ready to punish.
No ultimate for Velia either, so Baus is going to be on his lonesome, tries to clear the way, teleport's coming in, that's going to be the knock-up. A lot of damage coming out of Baus, but Chachi loses so much HP, Rupture goes wide, and Baus dissuades 4.
Apparently still counts is enough as a defensive item to stop that, but something else that Cho'Gath does really well is he eats through the wave real quickly, right?
Yeah.
He sees people coming at him, he QEs the wave, it's gone completely. So great stuff right there from Baus. This way to dive versus 4.
I think he's going for it, Velia. Looks for the lockdown, Nash able to break away though.
Los Angeles are looking to get some control towards the bot side because the Dragon is spawning in about 40 seconds. They do have 2. That would be sole point if they manage to solidify that one for themselves. And NORD are going to have to find a way through their jungle. You do still have Vi ult, and Jankos looking.
Teleport's coming in, Rupture's going down. That's going to be the quickness coming through from Nash, catching everybody in as Inax slides into the play. That's 2 down for the side of Los Ratones. No way finds Nemesis, who jumps away with the quickness. It's a killing spree for Inax as Baus falls. 8 kills to NORD. They have so much control right now.
I just feel like LR are making plays without Crowny. Crowny is primarily the damage from most of those fights, and they're making plays with an AP Cho'Gath and a Pantheon. I feel like Xayah has so much to give in these fights, but Crowny was pathing towards the top of the map. The Dragon was spawning, so I'm guessing maybe there was some sort of split call right there, where half of it was go top farm, half of the other was like, okay, we got them as a 3 versus 3. But NORD have proved, especially in that early game, the combination of Vi, Rakan is so good at getting that CC chain, pinning people down for long enough, and the damage comes through from the Vi and the Ahri.
Really, really clean team fighting here from NORD. They're playing it incredibly smart, where Los Ratones, honestly, very scattered on their calls and the decisions that are going on in the fights.
An Infinity Edge
I think it might be an Infinity Edge for Inax, if I'm honest with you. I think Crowny probably doing the same thing, just hasn't got the extra cloak in yet. But you are right.
He doesn't have the funds. He's waiting for it.
Yeah, because he hasn't been getting the kills.
Yeah.
They haven't really had any, that's why.
He's getting the fun. Scored his CS up. Making up for some of the kills he's not getting.
Yeah.
But I would love to see Allah play around Crowny. I know that Infinity Edge is very important for Xayah as well, but especially if you're going to take those early game skirmishes, Yuntal still provides so much damage with the feathers as well.
Yeah.
And since you're the primary target for Vi, you take that ultimate with the Feather Storm, then you sort of free everyone else jumping onto this Vi and turning it around.
I feel like Baus may need to be a little careful. If he overextends too much, NORD have control of the top side of the map right now. He's going to look for the assassination, though. On to no way! You had Flash!
And
you had Spirit Rush!
That's an AP Cho'Gath.
That's a solo bolo.
You cannot stand still versus an AP Cho'Gath. No way. I think that was a big, big, big miscalculation from his part. Dying with ult and flash up, Let's see if Jankos can take the 1v1. Misses
Misses
the Q.
the Q. Baus is just going to find him with a rupture. Gets caught by the ultimate, though, to interrupt that knock-up
I don't
lane.
know if you
Silence
take
comes
those.
through. This is a pretty even fight between the pair of them. Flashes over the rupture. Jankos is going to force Baus to flash as well. There's no backup. This is an isolated 1v1.
Keeps going.
Vault breaker forward. Rupture comes in. Baus continuing to run away. All the while, Los Ratones will be taking the Atacan. This was a horrific play from NORD.
They're falling for the global magnet again. The bounce has been for Los Ratones, but NORD right here going to respond. Rift Herald mid. Everyone is on the resets from the side of LR due to the Atacan. Mid lane tower is going to fall. NORD are pressuring Velia in the mid lane as well. That might be a second bop down mid.
Gonna get a second bot, but not a second tower. Nice chunk out of it, though. The global Baus taunt
Yep.
really just cost NORD a lot. They felt like they had so much control over the tempo of the game, and they still have a big gold lead, but that was not the kind of mistake you want to be given over. I'm sure NORD are going to collect
I feel like at this
after
point
that.
it's getting a little bit too old, you know? Everyone's like, don't fall for it. Don't go for Baus.
Don't go for Baus. He's like Singed. Don't chase Singed.
Don't check. Oh, God.
Don't chase Baus.
Singed in your base, level 1. Why doesn't he play Singed? It seems like it would fit his playstyle, no? Maybe. Maybe he gets a little buff.
He's more tanky.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess, yeah.
I mean, more tanky?
Likes tanks, apart from
Oh,
Quinn.
yes, he plays Sion with Axiomark 7.
Yeah, true,
I think he
true.
really
Good
likes
point.
tanky brains.
Good point. Oh, he was originally
He
famous
plays
for the
Rocket Belt
lethality.
Cho'Gath. He really likes tanks.
He likes tanks and then building them wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is. And he does it well. He does it very well.
All right, minute and a half for the next dragon. It's going to be Soul Point for the side of LR. They have set up, same as NORD right now. And actually, there was a really cool discussion between, I think it was Reckless and Odoamna the other day. They were talking a lot about correct timers to ward so that the enemy does not then have the sweeper to take your wards away. So you find the correct timers where NORD, for example, right now have come in, they put the wards down, but Los Ratones are coming through a reset, which means the sweepers will most likely be up. You've got control wards in their inventories. Hopefully, you've got the gold for it. And then suddenly all that vision that was put down by NORD, you can just sweep away when you're coming through a reset.
Yeah, you just get the advantage off the back of that one. And
Yeah.
I do feel like this might be our big 5v5 we've been kind of waiting for this entire game.
They've got almost 2 items all across.
Yeah, Infinity Edges is the big one on both Crowny and Inex. They've got those finished up. Cleavers on both Velia and Jankos as well. 2 items across the board, like you said. This is going to be an all-out brawl. It's crazy to think that everyone's kind of matched on items considering the gold difference.
Veli's around.
Chachi
Veli's around.
able to jump away, but Velia has looked for him here. Chachi's just going to dash away. Can they go forwards? They're actually going to proto belt. He's just going to continue to run. Rupture goes wide. Reckless makes his way up as well, and Chachi's just able to skip
Chachi
away.
is Baus.
They're still chasing.
Chachi is Baus. He's doing it.
4 members onto Chachi. Can he get away from this one? Needlework into the headbutt pulve, into the silence. He can't cast a spell. Velia takes him down.
Insta tempo TP from Baus over in the mid lane. Push down that wave as well. Inex is trying to trim it from the other side for NORD. And NORD have taken home in the jungle of Velia on the bot side. Nemesis from the bot lane as well. Pushing down
They're
that
pinched.
wave, and NORD are pinched.
They got the blast cone to get them all over the wall, but they're still pretty heavily pinched here. Baus chasing forwards. Don't think they're going to find much here. Just jumps away from that rupture. The Chachi taunt didn't work quite as well as a Baus taunt. They got a tower, but this dragon should be going
10
over.
seconds.
Los Ratones have the man advantage. Jankos, no blast cone available. NORD, they just have to give it up. Dragon number 3 over Los Ratones. They're on to Soul Point.
Yeah, unfortunately right there, Chachi getting caught on a side lane. Even though he did delay his death, the dragon wasn't up yet, so that NORD can take full control of that. They did manage to grab some vision into enemy lines, but then when Los Ratones committed the TP from Baus over in the mid lane, this very fast became a 5 versus 4 that they couldn't afford to take. And right here, Los Ratones, I feel like this is where they're the strongest. They've got their 2 items, Silas is scaling, Pantheon with Cleaver is at his strongest on that 2 to 3 item breakpoint.
Yeah.
And now you've got Riftmaker for Baus as well. This is why we saw Los Ratones maybe take it a little bit slower in the early game, but now that the items have come through, I feel like Los Ratones will be more than happy to fight. Now, where are you going to look? Because again, champions from the side of NORD, very, very, very slippery. And on the side of Los Ratones, your only initial engage that you have is possibly Reckless catching someone off position.
Yeah, that Chachi pick felt a little illegal to me, to be honest. Like, Nord didn't gain anything really other than that tower, but...
You say that he's going to drop a quadra kill or something, and you're going to...
I have every faith, because, you know, that was a very
Will you
unlike
apologize if he
mistake.
drops a quadra?
Hell yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Apologize if he drops a triple, to be honest. Like, it was a very unlike Vizicachi mistake to make there, but ultimately it cost his team the Dragon. They lost a lot of pressure off that. I want to see what Nord actually have up their sleeve, because right now it felt like they had a lot of tempo, they had a lot of map control, they had a lot of a gold lead. They haven't really been able to actually translate that into much.
I just feel
Maybe
like
looking
the
for a
waves
pick
are
here,
not
though.
being pushed.
Nope, they're just going to jump forwards. Baus is just going to walk up and try and take the tower. Although, they actually see Chachi trying to put some damage into Baus, gets the needle work off. There's no way. Jumps in forwards. Reckless is just playing the gatekeeper for his team, but the charms are huge. Chachi snipping away. Baus on the flank may find an angle. Nobody goes down. That was a lot of posturing.
Reckless was the real MVP of this fight. The second Nash presses ult, Reckless pins him in place. Had he been able to slide into the backline, get onto Crowny, who didn't have his ult or his flash up, this could have been very, very lethal for Los Ratones. Wasn't quite the case. Reckless, Ashram said he attacked previously, but now he defend, and he does it really well.
He is a good bodyguard. We said this yesterday, actually, after the game ended, but we felt like Reckless was kind of the secret MVP of yesterday. It was very much a Baus show, but like Reckless was so on
Tell
it.
you what, usually AD carries whine a lot about their supports, and they're like, oh, they just don't understand what we want as AD carries. Well, now he has the chance to do it. He knows what an AD carry needs. What an ADC needs, what an ADC wants. Well, we'll get DMCA'd. We'll get DMCA'd. I'm not going to continue.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's a very, very relaxed tempo game is how I'm going to word it. You know, we've had a bit of posturing. We haven't had that full proper 5v5 of kills yet, but again, Nord are stepping forwards, trying to fight for the vision, trying to get control of the area. Inax just catching waves. 3 items now onto the Kai'Sa, got the Hurricane. On the other side, Crowny does have the Flicker Blade finished up, so 3 item ADCs across the board. Like, I feel like these teams are itching to fight, but neither of them are willing to go. I say that, they find the charm and the knock-up in to the backline with the Vi ultimate from Jankos. Velia will fall. The healing comes forward. Nemesis connects on with the Absalom Duck. Reckless, 2-man pulls. Baus silencing onto the backline. That's going to be the kills for Los Ratones as Chachi enters into the fray. Needlework coming through. Baus losing so much HP. Headbutt pole onto No Way. Inax will fall. Chachi on his own. Snip, snip. Los Ratones turn the fight around. It's a double for Crowny. No Way, the only man standing. Spotted by the ward. He can do nothing but watch as they hunt him down. Oh, No Way. No way out of this one. He'll just execute.
Los Ratones, fantastic turnaround. Nemesis starting the Baron right here as well. Death timers are huge with 45 seconds onto No Way. And the reason why this game has been so stagnant and slow is because Los Ratones cannot start their own fights. Their initial engage is not good enough. But if NORD overextend, then they can turn it around, which is exactly what happened here. Wrong target selection. Jankos dives too far. The rest of NORD were on a different target. Baus then manages to flash through and knock up the backline. And it feels like this whole time NORD were pretty much in a retreat mode until Chachi got there. And by the time he did, it was too late. They've already expended everything they have.
Chachi tried his best. But the silences of his team being too chunked and on the run, not able to turn that around. That was a very, very well-coordinated fight from Los Ratones. We haven't seen that in this game yet. That looked like they were back.
That's the scary part of having an all-in team. You choose the wrong target, you don't coordinate on one, it all falls apart.
Well, I think we might get another chance. This time Chachi's in the area. They find the knock-up in response, though, from Reckless onto 2 members of NORD. Needlework doing a little bit of work, trying to cut through them somewhat. But everybody's dashing around into the backline. They go. Here's the charm. Here's the kill. Velia finds it. 2 members fall. NORD on the run once again. Baus hunting for Chachi. Headbutt pole comes in onto Chachi. Dodges away on that rupture. We can see the backline there as the feathers are falling out. Crowny takes the kill. Inax on the run. Chachi 1 versus 3. Gwen is immune. Got the snip snip. Dodging the ruptures away. Crowny's low HP, but Chachi cannot do it. Down they go. Los Ratones take another fight and Soul.
Baus stole the dragon. This is Soul for LR because this guy just walked in, pressed R, stole the neutral objective from both junglers because no one could smite it apparently, but he could. Los Ratones right here with the soul, with 1,000 gold lead now taking that bot lane tier 2. They have put themselves in the lead, and again, NORD are playing to spread apart. This is a find a target, engage target. I want you to look at Nash and Reckless. Every time Nash presses R, Reckless pins him in place. He has not allowed him to find the backline once in all these skirmishes we've seen. Baus walks in, presses R, and then Nemesis splits the fight. Inax has to commit the ult just to make sure he gets that last stick onto Nemesis. And now Reckless and Baus on the bot side, Velia over the top. Velia is keeping busy both the carries right there with Crowny. Even though he ends up falling on the bot side, Chachi cannot deal with the rest 3.
Chachi, the silences are too much. He tried his hardest. He's strong on this Gwen, but his team, like you said, they're just not coordinated. You've got a 6-1 Kai'Sa,
not 1v3
and you're just not able to find the damage at all. Constantly being zoned away, and it really is Reckless. Reckless is such a difference maker because Baus gets hit by the charm, they know he's not getting blown up. As soon as anyone postures for it, Reckless jumps in, stops Nash like you said, and then just keeps Inax and No Way from entering into that fight. If they can get into the fight, it's a very different fight, but that is just not happening through Reckless. His watch is so vigilant here. Down goes this tower on the top side, and NORD is just completely in the wrong place.
Why are they on Baus? He's all the way over in the mid lane. Their towers are falling. They're looking for a turnaround here, but Los Ratones is sticking as a unit as full.
I think Jankos might be in danger here. Gets caught by the abduct, able to jump over the Q. Teleport's committed though from Baus, joining up with the rest of them. Nemesis has the Ari ultimate, not going to throw it out. But Jankos half health. Definitely going to be a real issue for them if they do look for a fight. Although Chachi, yeah, like you said, on the flank, was thinking about jumping in. But I think NORD are a little shaken. They're not willing to full commit anymore.
I mean, what's the waves, right? Crowny, push top wave.
Good charm, good charm.
Velia?
Into the knockup, but it's a Pantheon. Presses W, untouchable.
It's very difficult. 2 waves pushing towards NORD as well. Reckless.
Oh, Reckless jumps in onto that backline. Redemption comes up, just heals NORD back in. They're going to jump forwards though. There's Inax onto the backline. Nemesis trying to zone him away, but Inax is doing some serious damage. Jankos falls. Nemesis can't find the turnaround, but it doesn't matter. Crowny put out the damage in the fight. The Grand Starfall from Velia to chase onto Inax, flushes in, finishes him up, interrupts Chachi on the reset. Now Chachi's got a 1v1 him, but he can't hold the base and find the kill. Gets the reset out, he's gonna TP into his base, but I think Los Ratones have got this first game in the bag. No one's coming up for another 20 seconds for the side of NORD. Can Chachi pull it off? No needlework. Small minion wave to cut through. Reckless tries to find the opening, dodges away for a brief second, but his health bar is absolutely deleted, liquefied by Crowny. The Nexus will fall, and Los Ratones will take game number 1 of the series.
Very slow, very calculated game. This is a very LR draft where they don't necessarily have a lot of means to engage.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to, because on the other side, NORD had an all-in composition. They were just diving into the backline, but they just were not coordinated. Half of them were jumping on one target, half of them on another, and if you cannot assassinate, it's just so difficult to put down all that damage. And again, we said for LR, they had a very every man for themselves sort of situation when it came to the draft, and it just showed. They waited until they scaled 2 to 3 items, they were golden.
I feel like I'd like to see a more ease of execution comp going into game 2 from NORD. I feel like there was a lot of avenues which that team needed to be played through, and unfortunately they weren't able to execute on that. It was they've got to take it back to the drawing board going for game 2, but I do believe our desk is standing by ready, so we're going to pass it over to Archer. Take it away, mate.
1-0 in favor of LR. It didn't start like that. At the end of it, domination coming in. It was still close, but let's talk about the champion select. Let's talk how we got here, expectations from draft. Where do we start on this one? There's a lot to digest from NORD.
I mean, the big thing is, right, they got the last pick, they got the Gwen, they got just what they wanted with that red side, and it didn't turn out to be enough, right? Baus still ended up being a huge menace. I like the Gwen. You came to me right after and reminded me, Baus, if there's one champion he hates, it's playing against the Gwen. So I thought they had good tools in the arsenal. I like the first year picks, I like the Ahri, I like the Vi. But as the game progressed, especially after the Soul Steal, it felt done because they didn't have enough damage to cut through.
The thing is, this draft from NORD had insane synergy between everybody. But in order for the synergy to work, everybody needed to be together. And the moment that the fight starts, when somebody is missing, especially when Chachi on Gwen is missing from the fight, there is a very crucial piece of that puzzle. And this team just does not work without the true damage on the Gwen.
At this moment, let's bring in the replays to start talking about this, because it was a beautiful game coming in from North, and I think this play highlights it. Look at this. Baus is on the top side. Obviously, he says, one more wave. And if you look into the minimap, look at Ari. Ari instantly goes to Shogath, while Chachi will adapt himself to the bot lane. North was aware of this play, and this puts him in the lead.
Yeah, I think North was really good in the game. I was impressed, to be honest, man. I think the first few picks here, they were able to get a solid goal lead, and they played I think a solid game as well, right? They didn't make too many mistakes, but the small ones they did, Lost Ratones were just able to really split them apart. Across the map here, winning on both sides against Lost Ratones, absolutely incredible.
And that is an exception to what I said before, because here you actually don't want the Ahri to be on the bot lane because of Sylas. You don't want to give Sylas the Ahri ultimate in this fight because it would have turned things around, which is good that Nemesis is on the top lane. Not Nemesis, I'm sorry. Norway is on the top lane killing Baus at that very moment, getting
so
something.
Many rats. So many rats behind us. I love this.
Bumba.
Oh my god.
These drawings, oh boy.
Oh wow, that is crazy. The Bumba is really sick, same for the easy.
-1 for Nord at the moment. They did start really, really well. How do you make so many drawings, man? I don't know, they're just talented. Copenhagen is just built different. And with this in mind, obviously, Nord starting up with the right foot and then completely destroyed, because we keep saying this, LR, you're winning. The advantage is not that big. One mistake, 1 inch, 1 arm. It's always the equal math.
Yeah,
1 inch, 1 arm.
I have so much praise for LR this game, because you mentioned it in the fights, right? There was always someone splitting it up, and that was the key. It was Velia, then it was Nemesis in the final fight. He took both carries away, and in the meantime, Mr. Chachi, he's the only damage dealer against the massive front line, and he couldn't do enough. Nemesis and Velia, man, the way they played those final 2 fights to isolate the carries, that was the winning condition they needed, and they played around it phenomenally. Great game from them, but this series, I want to say, it's not over yet. I think Nord had many positives.
Because there was a moment, let's start for the replay number 2, where things start getting a little bit tricky. In Nord, they position themselves, Lamp bring it up. If not, just toss it to the third one, because I think the third one is where everything goes down to business. I like the Yachty build, the way they presented themselves, and nowhere with this. There you go. This is replay number 2.
So, what do we have here? Oh my god, I forgot what happened
it's
here.
the
There's so much.
pick, right?
This is going to be the top lane, right?
Yeah, it's when they go too deep onto the turret.
Look at Norway. I wanted to look at Norway here. Look, he's going to go in. And what is going to happen is the moment there is a kill or an assist on Norway, the creep bloom kicks in and there is a heal for everybody, which is supposed to be the reset point for Nord. However, look at Chachi. He's just joining the fight. Why are we starting the fight without such an important member of us? Because how do we kill Baus without the true damage?
And the cooldowns were already on cooldown. The skills were on cooldown at this moment when Chachi is capable of putting himself on the fight. And this is a great timing coming in from LR. They see Velia getting engaged. You bring in the E from Pantheon that shields up, so he doesn't take any sort of damage. He buys enough time, and look at the damage.
And the thing was here, this was a pivotal part of the game, right? You can see the gold swing on the graph here. After that fight, Lost Ratones got Baron, and you can see the goal lead right back in their favor. For the first time, really, that game where it actually had an impact on how the game progressed. So that was the decisive fight. Small mistakes. You can't say much wrong with what Nord did there, except for not having Chachi at the beginning. But it's enough to cost them the whole game.
Yeah, it's just a signal member, which is the MVP of the split. So if you start a fight with someone that can actually chip down the Baus, because Anax had the critical strike. Look at the Yachty. She's not going to kill the Shogath at that point on the game. So you need that true damage. You need that consistent damage. And if you don't have it, you're not going to kill it.
Because with this build on Norway, actually, there are only 2 ways to play this. Either you always bring Chachi with you, or you change your build. You don't go into Rabbit on third. You go into Void Staff to have some safety against Baus, but you don't have it.
Well, at this moment, it means that Los Ratones are leading by 1-0. And, well, this is a best of 5, so we still have a lot of time. With that in mind, we'll toss it to break. I'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody. What an exciting, what an exceptional game one this series has treated us to. NORD developing that lead, Los Ratones able to come back and secure first blood in our final. A little bit of an interview for us now, a little bit of a change of pace. I'm going to be joined by the governor, a gentleman who has been a member of the UK League of Legends scene for, well, quite a while.
Thank you, boys over there.
Yeah, a few of them cheering for you. So obviously, as someone that has existed within this ecosystem for quite a while, owns an organization and has seen the NLC at its best and at its worst, what does an event like this mean to someone like you?
I mean, I had a moment when we came to have a look at the place, but it didn't mean as much as when I came, especially today, and I saw it as full as it is. I'm really, really thankful to everyone that's turned up to support this thing. Obviously, everyone's here for mostly Los Ratones, and that's great. I'm glad you guys are here enjoying yourselves. I hope you enjoyed for game one, but yeah, thank you for coming out and filling this arena.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, you did used to be a pro player in the UK scene quite a while ago. And I haven't given you any forewarning of this. Can I just confirm?
No, I don't know what's happening.
So we're going to watch a little video that we have prepared of a play that you've made at some time in the past. So I wonder if we could get that coming up on the big screen production.
I don't think I want to know.
So this is you when you were playing on Cave against Eminem.
Oh, Momus is very, very low. Momus going in. Oh, Governor forced a flat.
I can't watch. I can't watch. No, don't make me do it.
So do you know what happens here?
I remember.
So if you were Wysek here, the jungler, do you feel like you should dive under the tower or you should back away?
I think it was kind of cooked before this, but I think we just need to send it right now, because if we back out now, it's more embarrassing. We just got to go for it.
Okay, well, let's see how just sending it right now goes for you.
Yeah. Never change.
That is a huge amount of damage as Wysek jumps in. What is going on? Wysek misses everything.
Okay, so that's not gone well, Governor. So your jungler has just gone under the tower and died. I'm going to say quite needlessly.
You know, I don't want to go at him too hard. It's not a perfect play in general, but yeah.
So I feel like your responsibility as a sort of team player here is to recognize that this play's just gone badly and that there's nothing that you can really do to salvage it. So it'd be really stupid to hook shot, wall dive under the tower and just feed the Aatrox a second kill, right?
Yeah, but now my partner's gone down. Like, I'm in the trenches with him. I'm not going to let him go down and me not go down too. So I've just got to send it straight onto this guy.
Well, let's see how that turns out for you then.
And now Governor left in no man's land. Surely he just goes. Oh no! Again, a double kill for Momus. Oh, it was.
Brilliant.
So if I'm not.
Thanks for that public humiliation in front of, like, I don't know how many people.
Well, you got to think we've got thousands of people in the arena, but there's also hundreds of thousands of people watching at home. So
I wasn't even thinking of that. So thanks for reminding me, actually.
You retired as a pro player quite soon after that, didn't you?
Yeah, not very long after. I wasn't a hot commodity after that split, to be honest.
Well, hopefully we're not going to be seeing any League of Legends of that caliber on our screens today. We are going to be popping to a short break before the analyst test. Get us ready for game 2.
And you'll take care of it. Sue.
Well done.
Perfect. Thank you, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come here.
Okay. Yes.
We have 5 minutes.
Welcome back, Copenhagen. We're about to go into game 2, just a few minutes. And I know all of you are rooting for LR, but we have someone who's going to vouch for Jankos. It's Neffy. Neffy, join in. Look at, okay, this is Jankos on Viego. You think he's gonna win? Yes or no? Okay, raise it up. Jankos, Viego, please. You think Jankos is gonna win?
Yes, of course.
Oh, you can hear it. You can hear it. Thank you so much. Pleasure to see you here. Follow Neffy. She has a lot of artwork on Twitter. A lot of Jankos, by the way. A lot of Jankos. Thank you so much. Who's here for NORD? Who's here for NORD?
Okay.
Okay, so let's talk about NORD. Meanwhile, Bomba. With that in mind, we might see the Gragas. It might be a priority if NORD doesn't ban it. But I think we should talk about what it's gone and what we still have in line.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me, right? You mentioned the Gragas. I briefly want to touch on that because I'd love to see him played on stage. I think by far that's his strongest champion. The Poppy as well, NORD is remaining on red side. I thought initially they might ban it because it's such a good takeaway if Lost Ratones take it, but they banned it in game number 1. I'll be keeping my eyes on that. And if you look at it, then Isles, man, the Gwen taken away, we know Bowser's happy with that.
Yeah, but Cho'Gath is out, Pantheon is out. I think those two picks are extremely important for LR. Valley is able to buy time with the E on the Pantheon. Meanwhile, the Cho'Gath from Baus is just clean. This could be it for game 2. I think NORD are comfortable right now. What do you think, Solari?
I agree. I think NORD have gotten rid of the champions I didn't want to see anymore. And now we're stepping into a very comfortable territory for them because we still have all the big picks for the top lane. For Chachi, they're still there. For Jankos especially, I'm looking at those slightly more aggressive picks. Maybe that Nafiri is going to come through, though it's going to be a big battle between Veli and Jankos because both have had exceptional games on that dog.
And talking about AD carries, you get to see the Kai'Sa being gone for Inax, but he likes to be in the midst of the fights. He likes to risk it all. But I think in terms of champion pool, Inax still has a lot to show. I think the Kai'Sa is the least of LR problems.
Yeah, that's just the surface, right? There's so much more to NX. I think I wouldn't worry about his champion pool yet. The AD carry pool hasn't been trimmed too much unless they really, start banning out things like Delusion we've seen rise in Prody, right? He likes to be up close. He likes to be in the midst of the fight. So we're looking for him to be able to get in. I don't want to see him on a misfortune where he sits back, wait for the right ultimates. I want him to get up close and personal. And I think there are still plenty of good options for that. But the Kai'Sa, I think it's the strongest champ, so it is a bit disappointing for them to lose.
For LR, they're taking a look into the different picture. For LR, at least in my opinion, it's like, hey, we got the game 1. Previously, they lost versus NORD 2-0. Getting this first game, I think it just clears the entire mindset of the team, of the curse of NORD. And they're just like, okay, we got this in the bag. I've been talking with a lot of people. They've been coming into the desk. They're like, 3-0, clean and easy. I think for LR, they don't need to change anything. They might feel comfortable taking the curse away, correct?
Yes, absolutely. That's what everybody says. As long as game number 1 goes into Los Ratones' pockets, Los Ratones are good. This is done for. We know what's going to happen. They're going to win the rest of them because now they're comfortable. They know they're winning already. Get that banana peel away, please.
Yeah, he's trying to find a trash can. Can somebody help with the banana peel? I don't know. There's a banana peel. So we're about to go in. Obviously, we're waiting for the players to be ready on stage. This means a lot to them. Duckling.
Yeah, I think for NORD as well. Right? You talked about Lost Ratones needing to change their approach. I kind of think it's the same with NORD.
Yeah.
I liked how they handled the draft. I liked how they handled most of the game. It was simple individual, or let's say macro play around the team fights. That's the big thing, right? It was such small things as having Visit Chachi there at the start of the fight around the Baron, instead of him coming in when the fight was essentially already decided. These small things is really all I think they need to clean up to, realistically, definitely be able to take down Lost Ratones because I like their approach to the game. I like the first 25 minutes. It was just that one mistake at a fight that, again, cost them the whole game.
I think it's about that. There you go. Champion Select is on a line. We're going to do this Champion Select. The casters are waiting, but so are all of you. Rumble is out. Do we keep the same? It's almost like a replay. Rumble out. Gragas out. Do you go, for instance, like the Lucian for not removing the Lucian away? The Poppy from Los Ratones, they don't want to see Vizichachi on that one. The Cyan, okay. Obviously, Baus is a beast. It's going to be Devaros. What about the Azir from Nemesis? We know he's a shining star on that one, but it's going to be the Lucian.
You want to remove delusion from Crowny, and in general, you don't want to see a lot of champion in Crowny's hands, but that is going to be immediately a blind Syndra for Nemesis. We're talking about Azir potentially as a first pick, but Syndra is going to be such a strong one. It's already telling you what Los Ratones might want to go into, because we already see some scaling for them, we already see a very strong mid lane. Would be lovely if they build their composition around that, with Veli picking up something that is going to go really well with Syndra.
Obviously, we're going for the long range. Maybe you can even go for the jungle after this Xerath that is so comfortable for No Way.
I really wanted to maybe wait with the Xerath, because you talked about this here. It's a great matchup into it, but instead he slams it. He can still match the range, take killer from afar, so still not a bad matchup. And if there's something that can get Baus worried, it's the Trundle being slammed. It could still go to Jankos, but I mean, that's a sign of a top laner.
And it's a good answer into Baus, because you know that Baus most likely, except for the Queen, will build something that is going to be very tanky and frontline a lot for the team. Trundle deals exceptionally well with champions like that.
I think there's going to be a flex for the entire champion select for Jankos or either for Vizicachi. It's going to be the Nafiri coming in from Velia. Because, for instance, if you see a Jax going for the Trundle, I mean, Trundle wants to bite, but Jax just counter-strikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. I think now you could look for the AD carry pool before it gets trimmed further. You've already lost Delusion. Maybe you want to get an aggressive support as well, but no! You slam down your top side immediately. You know you're going to be playing against the counter regardless. So you're really showing your hand early in here. You know the mid, you know the jungle, you know the top. And NORD, they just get to counterpick whatever they want in the matchup. We'll see where this Trundle goes, but could definitely be changed if they want a better matchup in the top lane.
However, it's going to be really hard to counterpick right now, because you have a lot of engage on the side of Los Ratones. You have a lot of backline access as well from Syndra. But that's exactly what you do, NORD. You pick up Yorick for Vizicachi, and you make sure that the side lanes are going to be covered as long as the wife stays alive.
The flex, right? The Trundle, yes, we know it could go top lane, instantly turns it around. You've now not guaranteed your counter matchup in the jungle, but mid lane and top lane already. You've counterpicked, you've got the matchup you wanted. You likely get it on AD carry as well if you want to wait for that. Could be support. We'll see how much the pools get trimmed out here. There are plenty of other options you could target. I think if you go for Reckless, you can try and trim out some of the engage support, like the Braum, but no, you're looking at Crowny taking away the Ezreal.
You need to take that comfort away from Crowny. Crowny is comfortable playing versus Yorick. We know that. Yorick is countered by Crowny. As we move on into this second phase, are you going to trim the pool of AD carries for both of them? Because Inax is also feeling comfortable. What can he pick, for instance, Inax with the Yorick on the front line, with the Jankos, with this Trundle as well, the setup on the back line? What could fit into this picture?
You can join No Way, and you can pick Jhin. You can have some more artillery on the background, because there is going to be some of those squishy targets on the side of Los Ratones. You're looking at Syndra, you're looking at Nafiri. Jhin is going to be able to kill them, and he's going to be able to do it really fast.
Yeah, I think it's a phenomenal shot, to be honest, Solari. I really like that idea. We'll see if it does get banned away. You have first pick, right? We know Crowny likes to play it. You can just take it away on the R4, and then you can counter pick the support matchup. I'll see on that ban here, and I think otherwise, I'm leaning very heavily the Jhin. They banned the Tristana. Yeah, this is huge Jhin to me. I really like that.
Yes.
What about the Rel? Rel is so important for Nash. If Nash is capable of getting a Rel where he keeps everybody together with the Trundle and the Yorick just hammering away, while on the back line you have Inax and No Way, this could be it. We've seen Nash on that Rel, and he's scary to play versus. Are they going to ban it away?
And that's a good point, because they really need some additional engage on the side of NORD right now. Rel would be perfect here, but even if Rel goes away to Los Ratones to Reckless, they still have a lot of options open, but it will be just so much easier to pick Rel right now and not worry about that.
You slam it down. That AD carry pool, though, really trimmed the center. Obviously, just recently buffed in the AD carry role. Great range as well. The Corgi, yeah, probably the safest option you got left, to be honest. You got the dash to get out of trouble, and the ability to juke a few of the No Way, right, of the Arcanes coming through from the Seraph.
You can poke from afar, not really far away, but at least you can bring some artillery into the question. This is amazing. If you want to play close quarters, might as well put in on the bars, engage. No worries, we'll go golden.
Think about the pillars being placed as well, right? Trundle can create a pillar. The walls from the Yorick, all of these get stunned by the Bard, so you're basically buffing the Bard with what you've picked from NORD here. That's a great last pick there from Los Ratones. A bit of a special thrown in from Reckless, and it works wonders in this matchup with the water will be created. But please do not pick the Misfortune, but they slam it. They slam it. I mean, you're gonna get destroyed by Baus and the Ambassador. You stand still when you're ulting. You get publicly executed by the Ambassador, and all of a sudden, you've lost your carry.
At the end of the day, it goes down to positioning from NORD and also finding windows for LR. Everybody can jump into the back line from Los Ratones. NORD just need that quick team fight or even an advantage for Chachi on the top lane to get that split push. There's a lot of questions, there's a lot to say, but I just want to know, who do you think is going to take this before we toss it to casters?
I am a Misfortune hater. I'm sorry for that, but I think the Reds are going to take this game.
So you think it's going to be a 2-0? Tell me, Duckling.
I really like the draft up until the final few picks. I love the Bard, I hate the Misfortune. That is a crazy R5 Nord in my opinion, but that's why I'm leaning Los Ratones.
Okay, let's see if this is going to end on Los Ratones' side and if NORD are going to be on match point. But are you feeling Copenhagen? How are you feeling for game 2? Make some noise for the casters!
Copenhagen getting ready to go into this second game of the series. Now, there's a bunch of Misfortune haters at the back of the room, up at the front of the room.
I'm gonna play the lawyer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the lawyer. I'm a Misfortune defender right here. I love that. It's a stat checker, right? You are playing against the Corki. One very good Q from the Rel. You can actually all in and get them down. Of course, you're playing Bard into Rel. Of course, Bard is going to be on the winning side right there, especially through the matchup, as we are heading into game number 2 of our grand finals here in Copenhagen. I like the Misfortune. So much squishiness on the side of Los Ratones. One big ult is all it takes from Nash to set up for an insane bullet time.
I will say there are avenues to shut it down. That's where I can agree with the desk. I do think the ability to shut it down. But we do have these stats that we just brought up on our screens. You can see the game time difference between the teams. NORD are a team who play incredibly slow. In fact, I believe they have one of the longest, if not the longest, average game time in the tournament. They're scalers. They play for scale. They play for scaling, you know, they get more towers. They actually have a higher first tower rate than Los Ratones. But Los Ratones are a team who typically, actually, I used to think of them as a very good early game team, but this season, they've kind of dropped that ball, actually, and have started to move towards being very good at playing the late and mid game.
I kind of feel like it's been the opposite. I feel like Los Ratones early games have not
They've been terrible this
They're kind of giving
right?
me like G2 deja vu, where it's like, let's see how bad our early game can go and see how good we are at pulling it back.
Just limit testing it to the max. But it is crazy, because when they first rocked around onto the scene, they were really good early, but I don't know, man. They've definitely started to drop that a little bit more. As heading into the game, Baus actually has lane swapped into No Way here, so they don't want to play the Ambessa into the Yorick.
I actually think they also don't want to play the Syndra into the Seraph.
That might be the real
range
dodge.
from the Seraph, right? He has really great wave clear. He has so much more range than the Syndra. However, I will say it's kind of scary to put a Syndra in such an elongated, there you go, oh my god, that word is hard. Elongated lane, such as top lane. And I feel like with Jankos around, we could potentially see some level 3 shenanigans happening if he fancies that. As you can see, Nafiri is pathing towards the top side of the map. He's pathing towards Baus, towards Nemesis rather, and Jankos pathing towards his bot lane. Now, the two compositions, again, I feel like Los Ratones have gone for a hands diff type of composition. Again, not a lot of engage on their side, maybe a Scatter the Weak here, maybe a Q from a bot there, the ult later on. NORD have a lot more agency in the ways they want to play through team fights, and primarily it's all on the shoulders of Nash.
Well, I do think, especially with this lane swap, we're probably going to see this game somewhat similar to the last game. Two teams who, you know, want to be playing for scaling, want to be playing for late game. It's going to be a little bit more chill. I think bot lane is potentially where we could see some action, because like you said, that Misfortune kind of stat check can come in. Obviously not quite yet, only got the level 2. And it's one of those old combos, which I remember when Rel first came around and Misfortune first came back into the meta. Like the Magnet Storm into the Bullet Time combo is brutal. And you don't have something like a Braum that can just block that. You're going to be pulled in by the Magnet Storm. You're going to get absolutely cut down by that Bullet Time.
It doesn't get reduced by tenacity as well, so you get the full duration of that CC. That's why it's a fantastic sort of CC. And Nash is a great Rel as well. I think he's one of his best champions.
Oh, Nash just goes for the flash forward into the portal they go. Inax actually following, gets caught here. That might have been a mistake. No! The stun comes through, and Inax finds first blood.
That's why I freaking love Misfortune into a squishy lane like Bard and Corki. Not only does she keep up with the clearing, but the waves that she bounces back and forth, the trades that you have. You have so much AD in your base kit as Misfortune. We said that if Nash finds a good Q, finds a good engage, Inax can solidify the deal, and that was literally realizing in front of your eyes.
Really nice to see that stat check we talked about come to fruition here, but Jankos getting pretty heavily chunked out by Baus. Velia now gets slowed by the pillar. They're not really going to be getting too much more than just a little bit of poke off, and gonna back away. Dragon spawning up soon, 50 seconds until that's up, so Nash can quickly grab some camps, get himself in, but having a look at the items of the supports now, with the pressure that was just built by NORD in the bot lane, Vamp Scepter finished up onto Inax to a tier on Crowny. So if Lost Returners want to try and check if they can get this dragon, try and contest this dragon, they are going to be, you know, going into a little bit more power coming in from the side of NORD.
So NORD have managed to find a way through that bot lane. The 2 versus 2, they're much stronger right now. Also the trades with the Vamp Scepter, the health coming back from the Vamp Scepter as well. While you're trading, while you're CSing, it really does help the misfortune of the trades. But since we're watching top lane, they're not both there, but they have been the main characters, I want to say, of the series, right? Particularly from the upper bracket final. These are their most prominent champions, and I feel like Chachi has been a very, very staple member for NORD, such as Baus as well. 7 and 8 solo kills, I feel like, is what's most impressive about this.
It's so impressive. I'm sad that we don't get to see them go toe-to-toe yet, because we had the Cho'Gath game last time, which is just clear wave, walk away. Not really much interaction in that lane. And this time they're lane swap. Yeah, he has reformed. I do want to see like a true Faust versus Chelsea matchup before we close up today.
Okay, I will suggest for game number 3, no matter who wins, Sion versus Poppy, settle it like real players on the Rift.
Yes.
Best champ versus best champ.
Hell yeah.
The rest of the team is not needed, just them.
Well.
Oh, the rest of the team is needed here.
It's not Baus in the lane, but Nemesis may be looking for the kill. The Scout of the Week comes in. Chachi just flashes into Nemesis' face. Velia chasing forward. Maiden's going to do some work. He's got the shovel. He's putting the work in, to be fair. Velia almost goes down, but takes out Chachi.
Great timing right there from Velia. Chachi had run out of mana, so he tried to pull a last-second result right there. You're either going to try to shove the wave, which he couldn't, or you're going to try to force maybe a flash from Nemesis. Nemesis is stone cold. Doesn't pull the flash either. Velia ends up solidifying the kill right here. Pickaxe straight into his inventory as well. And Jankos is going to take that time. He's going to use his own Baus on the top lane, which is called Chachi for now, and take the dragon.
Alrighty, well, dragon being secured here from Jankos. Nice early start.
Look how the bot lane has shifted through that one kill.
Yeah, it really just brought so much pressure now. Velia maybe looking for No Way, hasn't got the level 6. Baus fights him with the ultimate! No Way under tower! Beautiful kill from Los Ratones.
He flashed on a straight line! You cannot it's like flash on a straight line towards an Ashe ult. The further you run, it's still on the same line, it's gonna catch you. No Way, getting skill checked right there, but I feel like it was a big mistake. Flashing straight into a straight line, you're still gonna get caught by the line.
I think he forgot, but even though he's an artillery mage, he can still be caught. He's just used to be playing a screen away. Lovely ult from Baus though, beautiful catches. Again, the pressure in this bot lane could start to amount to be a bit of a problem. Now Velia's got 6, he does have that backline access. This was the scary thing for NX. If he does stand still and people like Velia or Baus aren't caught, they will be able to punish.
I feel like Nemesis is the real winner of whatever's happened in the early game. The fact that he got away playing in such a long lane into a Yorick that can just spawn a wall, and then you've got a Trundle right on top of you who can stop you from your flash. The fact that you got away with Murder swapping onto the top lane with a Syndra is incredible from the side of Nemesis. So don't have to worry about it now. Lost chapter in the inventory, almost an entire item completed for Ambessa as well, and you'll see that the lanes are pretty much going to fall into place now.
Well, cheeky lane swap up towards the top side here from both NORD and Lost Returners. Both will be looking towards this the Void Grubs. Last game we saw NORD put a lot of attention, a lot of effort into getting control of the top side, and then just gave up. They did not want to go for it. Now top laners are finally going toe-to-toe here. Chachi puts up the cage, makes the trade even, just backs off.
Who's jailed with who?
Yeah. Well, Baus gets a little bit of extra damage onto Chachi, but Chachi's going to be playing this one a little bit more chill.
Looking at top side, this is fully controlled by the side of Los Ratones. I want to reiterate the fact that engage for Los Ratones is not very easy. They have to catch people off guard. Jankos is just going to...
Good pillar.
But usually it's a mud thing on the floor. This time around it's not on this
Nice,
Trundle.
refreshing drink.
And just walk away. But yeah, again, it's not very easy for Los Ratones to start those fights. They never make it easy for themselves with those drafts, I'll tell you what,
No.
to start fights. However, again, NORD have the rel, so all Los Ratones have to do is get a pick, potentially with, again, a Scout of the Week, a Reckless Ult, a Reckless Q, or peel from that rel engage. There's only 1 point pop left, and that one's going to be taken away as well. Los Ratones, they go away with it.
Crowd goes absolutely crazy. It looks like No Way's going to get himself caught off here. Misses the stun, and Velia will look to finish him up. The unleashed power, and the bleed will secure the kill. Down goes No Way again. Jankos can't find Reckless either. They're just going to have to back off.
Very nice stuff right there from Velia, wrapping around that mid lane, knowing that No Way does not have the flash. They capitalize on him. Jankos, he's looking. There is
Good
no ult
tempered
onto
fate.
Nemesis.
Lovely tempered fate there from Reckless, locking down Nash, denying him here. It's made him just done a little bit of poke onto Baus.
So this is giving me a little bit flashbacks of Winter Split with
Yeah.
No Way, where this is where the criticism came from, right? He keeps getting picked off, the flash goes through, and then he'll just keep dying. Now, I can't blame him for dying between tier 2 and tier 1 and tier 2. But the initial kill, the flash usage right there going down, that was all on him. And he has particularly been sometimes the weaker link, I want to say, through NORD, which we didn't necessarily see in that upper bracket final, the 2-0 that NORD had. I think he did have Nemesis' number for that particular series. And we just need to see him get back into gear, because I feel like right here, Velia's getting away with it. Eclipse already completed, 2-0 on that Nafiri, and that dog is still very, very scary.
3 items finished up onto the side of Los Ratones, where it's just that Bloodthirster on Inax.
It's the only one with a gold lead.
Only one with a gold lead. I mean, it's a rough one here for NORD. They had a really big lead last game, and they kind of, they just fumbled it. They weren't able to really enact the kind of map opening and the map pressure that they were able to accrue for themselves. And this time, Baus, Copenhagen goes crazy.
He's just doing his thing, you know?
I love that the crowd go that crazy every time.
Chachi might be falling for it.
Oh, Chachi going low. Baus looking for the kill. In jumps Velia for the lockdown. Chachi buying the space. Jumps back under the tower. It is reset. Velia secures the kill. In comes the right to the arcade to clear the wave. Not going to be giving up too much.
So it's Ayaya, Gwen is immune, and what's this one? Woof Woof, Nafiri is immune?
I don't want to think about that champion. I still get angry.
Again, Velia, what a fantastic game he's been having so far. Wrapping around mid lane, getting towards the top. Chachi got baited by Baus right there, and even though that was the matchup to watch, Chachi absolutely annihilated Baus on that 2-0, and right here, Baus is getting revenge. The global magnet is working, and Chachi's falling for it.
Yeah, he really is, unfortunately. Heavy cost. We're seeing latest times have got a bit wonky. Granny's in the mid lane. No way. Resetting now off the back of this one as Inax. He's actually just being zoned off the wave. Nemesis is too scary right now. Got that Black Fire Torch. Inax doesn't have his support nearby either, so he just has to sit back and play safe and catch the scraps that are given to him.
He does have vision, but Bard breaks that vision so quickly. You come through a wall, you come through a tunnel, you throw your ult as well. You've got Scout of the Week from Syndra. So Inax is playing very, very respectfully right here. He knows he's the only one with the lead. He knows he's the only one with a full item from his side. So the longer he stays alive, the more he farms, the more he stays. He starts off with damage fortune, keeps his summoner spells. Most importantly, the better it will be for NORD. 2 minutes until the Herald spawns as well. Nash has now joined. Inax over on the bottom of the map.
Yeah, I really want to see NORD lean into Inax. He's their best avenue into the game, but Nash went roaming about to see if there's any opportunities to get some vision down. Yeah, I mean, it's been a very quiet game from Jankos.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of pillars come down to slow people, and that's about it.
I just feel like you're playing Trundle. The fact that Nemesis went through 9 minutes of an interrupted back and forth on a very long lane up top.
Yeah.
It's not very characteristic of Jankos.
No, definitely seems to be a pretty big mistake here for Jankos. We'll see if he's actually going to really find an opening right now, because right now he's on the top side. But Velia, once again, is actually looking towards Baus, and Chachi may find himself in a 2v1, so Jankos probably doesn't need to think about moving over. Chachi respecting that he doesn't really have any vision of what's going on, and If Velia steps forwards, he'll see him on the ward, but that's going to be the engage there from Baus onto Chachi. Puts the cage down, flashless, unable to escape. Velia slides in and secures the kill.
Turn nameplates off, and I will tell you they're swapped.
Yeah.
Turn nameplates back on. Velia's been having a banger of a game. And again, our question at the beginning of the day is, can Velia protect Baus? Can Velia shadow Baus? Can he help him through that top lane? And the answer is yes.
Well,
they're
now,
both
Jankos,
showing up, and Jankos can't even
okay.
get his Krugs there, man.
Puts up the King's Domain. He loses half his health just trying to get to this wave. Velia being incredibly impactful, 4-0.
That's a lot of hot dogs.
On the Neferi. That is a lot of hot dogs. One fed hot dog anyway. No way, not really found. The impact is Jankos going for a fight here versus Baus. Baus is forced to flash away. Chachi back into the lane, but ultimately, I'm left speechless.
Okay, I'm a little upset here. NORD have chosen red side twice, and I'm yet to see why. I was expecting a hard counter pick over on the top side of the map, or maybe in the bot lane to try and play more aggro. Again, we saw Crowny and Reckless being pushed yesterday by Ruddysack, straight up 2 versus 2. And I feel like none of this is coming to fruition, either in game number 1 nor in game number 2. I just need to see that red side work, or just swap to blue and take a very, very good S-tier peak, like they have been doing for the side of Los Ratones. They're prioritizing Nemesis and Velia back-to-back on blue side.
Yeah. I felt like NORD maybe had like a plan, or they thought they'd throw Los Ratones off by giving them blue side and their prep, but ultimately hasn't really led to anything here.
Sources say NORD have a plan. Sources, trust me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment that does feel a little bit like it.
Yeah.
Herald goes down, picked up there by Velia. We'll be able to crack a tower off that one. And NORD, I'm now trying to scratch my head. What is the avenues back into this game? Items are starting to be completed. There it is. Baus actually decides better of it.
He knows his resets, right? That's very clever. And that's a development we have seen through the split.
Yeah.
He has learned from past mistakes. Rel is on a reset, so he does have to respect that, particularly because Jankos took his flash earlier on. So you don't want to be giving kills away when you're 1.5k up onto this Yorick. You don't want to be returning any of those kills, having a bounce on top of your head as well.
These two are roaming around together and haven't really achieved much. They've left Inax on his own. He's lost most of his gold lead that he had over Crowny from that kill. And instead, he's just kind of catching waves, being bullied by Nemesis, who's slowly farming up his Wrath stacks as well. Dragon's up in the next 8 seconds, though, so maybe
There's a
we'll
long
see
vision
something.
from NORD. Behind enemy lines, inside enemy lines, defensively as well. Towers is going to go down just like this. No defense from the side of NORD. And now they've lost majority of this line of defense that we mentioned inside their own jungle and in enemy territory. Let's see if Nash can get that big ult we've been talking about.
All right, Nash is the redemption arc, but Nemesis comes in with the scatter of the week onto Inax. Massive Baus ultimate. There's the Magnus Storm into the Tempered Fate. Unable to move. Inax will fall. And Los Ratones have just got the fight in the bag. Nash goes down. Jankos left scratching his head. No way, trying to find that range, trying to find that little bit of extra damage. Right to the arcane will rain down onto Los Ratones.
That's the problem. You keep getting your waves pushed, you keep getting your towers killed, which means you do not have a lot of vision, you do not have a lot of push, you do not have a lot of ways into the river. You walk through a choke point as an immobile AD carry, you're going to get punished for it. I feel like it's kind of criminal. Getting caught from a scatter of the week with flash up, it's kind of criminal from Misfortune when you are all the damage, when you are all the... the only gold lead on the map for your team, which doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's flipped over to Crowny for 300 gold, and another Dragon going over to Alarm.
And that is why Inax needs to play with his team. He can't be just getting caught by that.
That's the only side you do not have vision for NORD, and Inax just takes the wrong path around.
And the problem is this is exactly what the desk was scared about. You know, they do have the ability to shut the MF down.
Hey,
it's down to Inax playing it smarter.
Cast bullet time. He didn't even have time to cast bullet time.
No, he just got immediately, instantly locked down, and that was the major concern there. But back into the game, Inax still working towards his collector as his next item. But significantly behind now, the whole team anyway. He's only 200 gold down, but the whole team have got a pretty big gold deficit, 34k to 28k. Closing in on like 29k, but regardless. Los Ratones it feels different from the first game because NORD had the lead, they had the map pressure, but they didn't do anything with it. Los Ratones, they've got that lead, they've got that pressure, and they are doing something with it. And that kind of flashes back to that graphic we showed at the beginning, like the game time.
Yeah.
When Los Ratones get ahead, they look to end.
Yeah. Let's see here, Jankos.
Not doing anything, don't worry.
I mean, I'm looking on the side of LR, and I feel like the two shining stars so far for the team have been Velia and Baus. I feel like Velia has done such a fantastic job yesterday on that Poppy, but I feel like his timers, he's shadowing towards Baus. He's there at the right time, at the right place to counter gank or to gank himself, and they have punished Chachi for whatever he did on those upper bracket finals. They have punished him. They've taken him down, they've killed him, they have fed the dog, they have fed the Ambessa, and I feel like that duo, jungle and top, has been doing incredibly well in both games.
It feels a bit like Revenge is the best served in finals, but Baus, the Avengers have assembled, finds himself some damage onto Chachi, using some of the movement speed to break away, but they've got the lockdown, the shields, the pillars, everything is just going to keep Baus in place. There's the Magnus Storm. Jankos takes the kill, but what is the taunt going to cost them? Inax falls, Velia finishes him up. The global taunt, too much to bear.
Mid lane's getting pushed, Inax dies for it, bot lane's getting pushed, bot lane tower dies for it. Let's see if Chachi's gonna be able to take one for NORD on the top side of the map, or the trade is just simply not worth it right there. Baus buys enough time, LR put pressure on the map, and now LR have solidified themselves a bit of control inside Jankos' jungle on the bottom of the map. Nash is looking, but remember, had to blow the Rel ult to kill Baus on the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. It will not have that up for quite a while as well, so they need to just buy time, and I don't think Los Ratones are going to give them that time. Jankos loses a fair amount of HP. There's a teleport available to Chachi if he wants to come in. Nemesis just continues to play off in Fog of War and be a nuisance to the members of NORD. Scatter the Weak lands onto Nash. There's the pillar. Nemesis goes in for the punish, but Baus has found Chachi on the flank. Atakan still firing away. Massive lockdown here from Reckless onto No Ways. He's just trying to make an escape away. Nemesis picks up Maiden and slams it onto No Way, taking him down. Nash just running under tower to safety. NORD unable to get a window into this game.
There is no way you walk into the Atakan. Inax had burnt his bullet time over in that middle wave. Nash used his ult to try and kill Baus. There's no way you walk into this when we said that one wombo combo, the one saving wombo combo would be a big Rel ult into a bullet time from his fortune. And it's not quite happening. Jankos got blown up by just Nemesis.
I'm sad, Trouble, because this is not the NORD we saw during playoffs.
It's time for the whiteboard.
It is time for the whiteboard.
Time
it really is.
Time for blue side, time for the whiteboard.
Right, we'll have a look at this fight once again. Reckless, unsung hero, finding really good openings with that Tempered Fate.
Yeah, and you've got the Baus CP on the top side, which sort of breaks the fight apart in half. Jankos can't even walk anywhere near the attacker. Nemesis presses R, he's dead. Reckless then finds No Way. He's dead, and again, using the Maiden grab from Nemesis to slam it onto his own mid lane.
Getting taken out by your own Maiden.
He's like, excuse me, you're going to base, that's yours.
Take Maiden with you.
With you.
It's a really, really substantial gold lead at this point. 8,000 gold. This is actually what we saw where, you know, Los Ratones played versus Ruddy yesterday. This is not the NORD we expected coming into the finals. These guys were locked in, they were ready, but 2 games now, and they have been scattered. This game has been less of a showing as well. Chachi's been unable to find an opening. Nemesis does get hit by a pillar. In jumps Nash. There's the bullet time to lock him down, and the shutdown goes into No Way's pocket.
That's a tanky Syndra.
That was a very tanky Syndra.
That was an entire bullet time, and other members of NORD hitting that Syndra, and it took a long time for Nemesis to fall. However, he has fallen on a perfect timer for Dragon. That's a 4 versus 5 in favor of NORD.
Yeah, Baus has got a nice little flank angle here, though. We'll see if he goes for it. It's maybe just going to push out the wave, although it does look like Los Ratones, even without their mid laner, thinking about playing some level of contest. Velia can jump in, but I don't know if he's going to be able to jump back out. Thinking about it. In jumps Nash with the Magnus Storm onto 2. Tempered Fate hits 2 in response. Nash losing way too much health. Velia is able to take the kill. Dragon was secured by NORD as Velia trying to find the opening onto Inax. Jumps onto Chachi. Chachi, he's too damn squishy. Reckless finishes him up as Baus jumping onto Inax. Interrupted with the ultimate there to find Inax. Inax is just going to try and break away from this one. No Way teleporting back up to his team. It was a solid fight from Los Ratones. They do lose the Dragon, though.
That was a 4 versus 5 fight. I don't think necessarily the Dragon was the objective that Los Ratones were going there for. You take this fight, you can actually take the entire jungle from the side of NORD, and then the game is pretty much as good as over, right? But NORD managed to find a pick onto a flashless Nemesis. His book has now suddenly 0 pages.
Yeah.
For the time being.
Bad time. He can't book anymore. Tower should be going down. Nice scatter from Nemesis. Not really actually going to result in much more. Have the dogs to tank.
Nash.
In jumps Nash, though. Got the ability to find the lockdown. The good stun, though. Hits onto Inax and denies him from getting the kill, but no way. Finds it with the right of the Arcane. Reckless takes a portal, but Jankos is waiting on the other side. Nash joins him over. Inax will put the damage down, and it's a shutdown onto Reckless. NORD, another window back in.
That is actually pretty huge for NORD right here. They take the flash off of Reckless. They punish Nemesis back to back. And Velia.
Inax is solo. Inax is solo. I don't think he's going to survive this. We've gone top, but Inax finds the slow with the rain. Gets away. Nash losing so much HP. Baus throws the ultimate out. 1 versus 3. Baus is doing some serious work here. Jankos will strip him down as Inax slides in and finishes the kill.
And with 10 seconds for Baron, look at the vision control around that area for the side of NORD. The pings are coming through. They're pinging the Baron from the side of LR as well. They need to get some vision down. 30 seconds on Baus. TP up. But right here, very important, with all those skills, Sojin completed, Death Cup completed, Deadman's Plate completed, 2 items full for the side of NORD. And they have slowly but surely with peaks been coming back. Reckless. No flash.
Takes the portal. Very smart for NORD not to follow that portal. There was
yeah, there was a tower.
There was a tower and a Syndra there, so a bit risky. Inax did burn his flash escaping Velia, so Velia did achieve something off the back of that one. Massive chunk out onto Reckless's health bar. No way with that Death Cap. Also with the Hextech Alternator, adding just, you know, like an electrocute extra of damage into every Q when it's off cooldown. Slowly chipping away at people.
I mean, you saw it right there in the top lane, right? Nash goes in, he stuns Nemesis for long enough. Only No Way took him down. It was just the artillery coming from literally 3 screens away. Inax couldn't put in a single auto in that fight. Still, NORD very much far behind. 3 items onto that Nafiri, almost 3 items onto Corki as well. LR is pretty much pretty strong here. Nemesis.
Right at the Arcane, absolutely demolishes Nemesis' health bar. Dodged to the last 2, because that could have been risky. Is able to break away. Jankos just going to grab himself a little bit of extra health, heal off this camp. But the problem is Baron has been started up. Spotted out, though. No Way. Throws the Q down. Got some vision to work with. Teleport's coming in as well as Chachi's joining into the fray.
And that was it. They
Los
took the
Ratones,
teleport.
they're going to have to back off.
Perfect. Great play right here from Los Ratones. Chachi has the pressure, has the maiden. What do? You want to pull his TP. Now Chachi has to stick to the top side of the map if he wants to join for that Baron, and there is no TP on nowhere for the time being. Velia restarts it. He's pulling the T1 back here.
I mean, they don't have the vision. It's the crazy thing here for the NORD. They don't really see what's going on. Jankos maybe
Jankos
thinking...
is antsy. He can sniff at it, you know? He's like, something's going on behind this wall. I just can't see.
Well, Velia's going to get himself the crab. And now that confirms to him that there was no vision, because you get the pop, but the bottle does give a bit of vision. Velia jumps over the wall into the pocket of Nash. They miss the Q. Jankos losing a lot of HP, forcing Velia even further away. They put the cage up. That felt a little illegal from Velia.
It's just the respect. You couldn't see anyone else from LR. They were pushing in the waves. You could see Baus on the top side, Nemesis mid. But you couldn't see support and AD carry, and they could be literally right behind Velia. You're like, surely he's not crazy enough to be jumping into blast cones like this on his own, right? Well, they were semi-wrong.
They were wrong, because he was crazy enough to do that. He's starting Baron on his own again. I mean, him with the dogs does a lot of work. Pillar's been thrown out, and Los Ratones just have so much control of this area. Like, NORD are unable to step in. Half health onto Baron. I don't think NORD are going to get close enough. They've got no Squires up. They have no ability to see. And yeah, that's just going to be a Los Ratones Baron for free. NORD giving it over. And that crowd.
They're looking for the dragon. Resets have not come through from LR. Bot lane wave pushed. Noah's going to catch that, but NORD need to find a way. They need to find some vision, and Nash has a big... Oh, boy.
Oh, Chachi has to flash away. He's okay. Oh, no! Velia flashes into his pocket. Meanwhile, Crowley gets the pillar thrown on. Chachi goes down.
Velia secures the kill. Nord just left catching the wave. They have to give up Dragon.
But again, you see the differences between Ela and Nord. Ela are going to push the waves first, then pile into the river, and set down their vision for that and play for the neutral objective. This is textbook League of Legends. And Nord are skipping steps. They get caught on the sides, they get caught on the waves. Their vision has been cleared every single time from Ela because of that reset thing that we said earlier on, right? And it's just so difficult for them to walk inside their own jungle. I think like...
They have the wombo combo as well, but they're not giving themselves the window to be able to pull it off. You can't just run in blind and just press all your buttons. You need to set up for the fights. You need to set up for those little picks.
Let me try you, okay? Because Ambessa has been one of Chachi's best champions. I'm taking nameplates off. Who's Baus?
Well, yeah, I mean, we know exactly what we would be saying if that was the case. But yeah, with it on, impressive play, honestly, from Baus. You know, it's a 1-3-6, so it's not like the flashiest scoreline, but he's been on it with those ultimates.
It used to be a 2K gold lead.
Yeah.
It's been trimmed down just a little bit. Chachi has been finding some towers over in the side lanes as well. But the problem right here, the biggest problem that NORD has to deal with is Velia. He has been absolutely unstoppable on this Nafiri. 3 items deep now as well. They're looking for Nemesis again.
Bullet time's in. They find the lockdown. There's going to be Reckless's ultimate to stop it. Nemesis, really fancy feat, dodging all of the right of the arcane. And meanwhile, Baus gets a massive chunk out of the tower.
2 ultimates gone. Inax, no way, both use theirs to try and catch Nemesis, and that's a 3-wave siege from the side of Los Ratones. Mid, bot, and top. First tower falling down in the base of NORD, and another wave is going to be coming shortly from the top side where Velia and Baus are.
I mean, NORD just need to pull the trigger. They've got the Infinity Edge on Inax. Ultimately, they are slowly but surely just losing this game to a battle of attrition. Jankos losing so much HP to Crowny. Crowny half-healthing him just with auto attacks, no abilities coming in. Down goes another inhibitor. Los Ratones. Surely NORD put up some level of fight.
1 tower remaining. At least 1 inhibitor tower remaining for the side of NORD. And this could be the last defense right here. Again, Los Ratones, they don't have a very easy engage, but what they do have for the side is the wave.
Nash went forwards, gets hit by the Unleashed Power! Taken down! NORD just unable to find an answer, unable to really do much of anything. Beautiful scatter of the weak as Crowny jumps over the wall to try and stop them here. Pillar's got the slowdown. Chachi, where's his health bar going? Velia will just be finishing him up. Los Ratones get another kill. Inax gets jumped onto here. A lot of damage coming in. The Pillar's going to be there. Inax chunked out. Nice shutdown, actually, from nowhere. Gets the sniper. Throwing out some of the right of the arcane, looking for the kills. Baus is just going to teleport back in. All inhibitors down. And it just feels like NORD are falling apart. Baus on the flank. Can't quite find the kill onto Inax.
The waves. Look on your screens right now. Look on your minimaps. There's so many waves coming into NORD's base. All 3 inhibitors down, and Los Ratones, what a fantastic use of power. Every single inhibitor down, a big chunk of a Nexus Tower as well. This is a successful siege for them, and I feel like it's going to be quick and clinical. Playing textbook, they keep Baus in just to take the last inhibitor over on the boss of the map. They'll use the pressure of the minions raining into NORD's base to try and take one last team fight. They've got the items, they've got the levels extra. 4 items now onto Nemesis. He got rid of the book because you know what? He got scammed. He just got the cover.
He literally bought it and lost it immediately.
He just bought the cover.
I mean...
He bought a different one.
You know what? That one's actually useful. It turns into something. Honestly, I just feel like NORD have let Los Ratones play their game and actually done nothing. It feels almost PvE. NORD have kind of just rolled over, lost every objective. Yeah, I said it. It feels PvE, unfortunately. They're looking for a pick on a Baus, but the Scryer comes out and spots them out. Velia actually looks to try and chase forwards, not going to find them. Jankos looks for the stun, doesn't quite make that connection. They are just going to back off, try and look to catch the wave. Inax, he's just on wave duty. This is a slow and sad bleed out for game number 2, and NORD, if they lose this game, which, let's be real, from the state of it, probably going to be happening, they're on match point. They need to go to the drawing board. They can't let Los Ratones play their game. They can't let Los Ratones just free farm, free take towers, and not contest, not fight them.
I just feel like it's been a very quiet game from NORD.
It's been a very
Not
quiet
necessarily
game.
punishing, and I feel like it's been a quiet series from Jankos as well.
Yeah.
I feel like he was the main gear, the main moving cog in the machine that took Los Ratones down. He was everywhere. He was ganking Bowser, he was ganking Nemesis. Right here, a little bit more of a subdued, I would say, performance so far. And I feel like seeing the Trundle, I feel like this is one of his champions as well. We haven't necessarily seen too much movement. Again, Nemesis got away with murder in the top lane, being completely untouched. And we're talking about things to come, right? Because this game just feels so over for the side of Los Ratones. I feel like maybe a blue side is overdue for the side of NORD. See what you can do
Yeah.
from the other side of the coin.
I mean, you know it's a slow game when 6 dragons have gone down.
Yeah.
And no one has soul. Los Ratones very close towards that soul. They got that, a lot of extra tenacity from
If we use
3
stats,
Chemtechs.
it's leaning towards a NORD win.
Because they have extra
average
stats.
time-wise,
Yeah.
right?
True. I mean, they are looking for Reckless here. Jankos puts
Jankos
a pillar
still alone.
down. Nash got a nice flank ankle. Inax not in position to follow up with a bullet time. Finds the slow. Baus going to get slowed up a little bit here, but Velia's just soloing Baron in the meanwhile. NORD can't even really get close enough to stop it. Velia's going to jump over the wall. That's going to be the Tempered Fate into the Magnet Storm. They find the stun. Inax breaks away. In comes the follow-up. The bullet time is huge, but it is shut down. The Tempered Fate from Reckless has denied Inax time and time again. Nash will fall. Velia 9-0-5 on the Neferi. Make it 10 kills. This was so one-sided from Los Ratones. Looking absolutely phenomenal going into this next game.
Classic.
Match point for Los Ratones.
What a demon Velia has been in this series. What a freaking demon. That Neferi, again, he's covering for Bao so well, punishing Chachi, not allowing the 1v1 to actually commence. He's there to shadow, he's there to counter gank, he's there to set up his own ganks. And we said, one of the two things is gonna happen. Either Chachi is gonna pin down Baus in lane 1 versus 1. Hasn't been no 1 versus 1 so far.
I mean, they've literally, yeah, it was Cho'Gath, which was just a kind of like clear waves and walk away. It was a lane swap. They just didn't let them play the game. And honestly, NORD, they really need to pull something out because I actually feel like Ruddy had more life in them in their series than NORD have right now. NORD have just folded over. They've given them too much.
I need more from Jankos.
I need a lot
to see
more from
the
Jankos.
demon out of Jankos. I want to see the First Blood King return. I feel like Chachi's been having a rough time over in the top lane because Velia has made it so. And I feel like Jankos really, really needs to respond to that.
I feel like Inax is the shining light for NORD in this series so far. He has actually had a phenomenal performance in both games, but his team are just not playing around him. They're not enabling him. They're looking towards Chachi. They're looking towards No Way. Play for Inax. Make him your avenue in. He's been such a consistently good ADC all split long. So 1 game away now. Los Ratones, they are on match point. NORD, they've got to fight for their lives from this point on. We're going to pass it over to the desk to round this game over. So, Archer, over to you.
There you go, 1 game away from LR lifting the shield, the trophy, bringing it back, defending the title, LR so far. We need to talk about expectations from draft. Obviously, you get the Trundle, you get all those counters, they're just now working. But I think this is like a replay from yesterday, where Baus was really complicated to deal in the first game. On the second one, it's Velia. He's a monster. That Neferi was just disgustingly good.
Can I just say
Yes.
that yet again in game number 2 of the second series in a row, Velia is the reason why everything just clicks together. Because what happens when you pick Neferi? You want this Neferi to be ahead from as early as possible. What does Velia do? He gets an assist on the mid lane, he gets an assist on the top lane, helping his laners, by the way, and then he gets a kill for himself, and that is Neferi set 4. That is Neferi that gets to 2 item extremely quickly. She goes into the back lane, she one-shots the squishes, and if there are no squishes, he still one-shots them.
Yeah, it's really complicated, and it's not only Velia. I also think we need to highlight about Reckless, but we slowly talk about that as we move in within the game, because Chachi, he couldn't breathe, and they need that Yorick.
And I mean, what was the big reason for that, right? That goes back to Velia. He really played phenomenally. I think he's someone who didn't actually get counterpicked this game. The Trundle came in before we saw Nefiri. So, yeah, Ruddy up in the background. Sadly, they knew what it was like to face Velia in game number 2, and it's something that not NORD could deal with, not Ruddy Sack could deal with.
I want to take time for this.
They were unstoppable, and let's take a look to,
Let's help, let's help.
Let's guide us. This is a
Raise
brilliant
it over
banner
there. Raise it over
by
there.
the Ruddy Ultras. Let's
Raise
move
it
away
over
a
there
bit.
if possible.
Come on.
This is an entire banner coming in from the Ruddy. They've been here the entire weekend as well, doing a lot of noise. Look at this. This is a lot of work. And I think this team brought in a lot. A round of applause for these guys. I mean, come on, come on. But yeah, I think a lot at the moment not only are comfortable with the idea of, okay, we good, we are past the curse. Now we know Velia is clicking. It's not, okay, let's not say it was an individual. It's like one individual enabling everyone.
Yeah,
okay, we have the replays. I would like to bring in the replays before we toss it to a break. There you go, so we can understand how we move within this game. And this is it. Baus and Velia were sharing hands. They were like holding hands throughout this entire game.
Yeah, NORD, their attention had turned a little bit towards the bot side. You can see Yankers there just clearing his Scotland. I thought Chachi did quite well under this dive, but not able to really get it out. Velia on that Nefiri is so broken in the update underneath the turret, right? A bit like Elise back in the day. You can easily go in, do your burst damage, and then jump out, lose the turret aggro. And it makes it so hard to survive the dive. And I thought he did well in that instance. There were other instances he didn't do quite as well, and that led to a massive goal, in particular actually on Velia, who claimed most of the kills.
Can I go back to the draft for a second for Lost Returns? Because there is something really important that was happening throughout the game a bit later, and that is Reckless and those bot ultimates. Yeah. They were massive. This last bot pick for Lost Returns, he was setting up the fights, he was making sure that the backlane stays safe, but most importantly, there was no way for NORD to get out of the fight they didn't want to take, because there was always Reckless catching them in the ultimate, in the golden state, not letting them escape, especially deadly for Inax on that misfortune. He needs to at least be able to flash out if he's caught in an uncertain situation. He cannot.
And just look at the value they gained from that B5, right? Picking the, it was disgustingly good, the bot. Really, really only praise for Reckless. And for the side of the R5, the misfortune, you would always get caught by the bot, by the Ambessa. You could do well in lane, but as soon as you got into the team fights, it was impossible to play. Now, though, we're watching Amar start work at buying time. And what does that set up for? He is hit, Immobile AD carry, point and click, engage. It's so easy to execute, and they did it so well. And one kill for NORD, well, it turned into a 1-for-1 and 2 turrets for the side of Lost Returns.
It's about playing chess. While NORD were planning on game 1, I think LR were playing like 3 steps ahead.
Are you calling Baus a pawn? Because they always exchange him for something. That is dangerous.
I just think LR are just planning every single play as they go. It's obviously like a shining star, getting the Reckless, getting Baus, getting Velia. But I think NORD are not thinking ahead of what is happening. In game 3, I agree with Trouble. I think we need Yankas as a first blood king, that aggressiveness. This is it. This was the last one. Look at Bard instantly getting that misfortune, and everybody's running and leaving Inax alone.
2 immobile carries. What can you do when there's so much easy engage? I mean, the Bard was on point from Reckless. He didn't miss a single one from what I recall of those tempered fates. And once Velia presses R on you, especially when he's this far ahead, as an immobile carry, you can't do anything. Even with a flash, you're still likely to die. So those two really making the biggest difference here. I thought Baus on top of that did great. I mean, Lost Returns, they looked unstoppable, just like yesterday in game number 2. Yesterday, though, game 3, a little bit shaky. Maybe NORD can try and capitalize on that here in game number 3.
I think at this moment it is match point. LR are extremely comfortable as we see them. So far, everything has been clicking. Damage-wise, it is ridiculous. No way was trying to poke from afar. Misfortune couldn't be part of the game. And Velia, I think he's the MVP of this one.
He has to. For the second series in a row, he's doing incredible things. I don't know who let this dog out. A bit happy that it's not going to be allowed anymore because it's a Fearless draft, but don't give Velia the Nefiri ever.
I think so far it has been wonderful for this event. I saw someone peeping his head out of a sudden. Let's show him at least, let's show him. He's part of the team. This camera if possible, because this guy is part of the team. He was at NLC yesterday, today he's here. Who do you think is gonna win game 3? LR or NORD? NORD, okay. I'm just saying, crowd, attack this individual. So he believes it's gonna be NORD for game 3. We won game 5 games, so let's see how we jump into that one. We'll toss it to a break, we'll be right back, don't go anywhere.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the NLC Grand Finals. We are about to do something that has never before been seen on any League of Legends broadcast in the world, and that is a mid-series interview with the players. Joining me, we have got Jankos and we have got Baus from NORD and Los Ratones. So, Baus, first things first, you're a lot taller than I remember you being around about 30 minutes ago. What happened there?
Not much, Jack. It's just the Danish air. We're tall as shit up here.
So, obviously, Baus, the series is going very, very well for you at the moment. There's something weird going on with your face, but we're just going to work through it. Did you think that this series would be going as well as it is right now?
Give me that mic. Of course I knew it was gonna be this great. We're Los Ratones, best team in the entire world. And guys, don't worry, it's on purpose that we give them first blood. They need a chance, of course. And it was so funny, when I came here, they tried to buy me for Danish money. But you all know, you cannot buy the Messi of League, come on.
Well, Jankos, that is certainly a lot of confidence coming out there from Baus. 0-2 down in the series. You've been in rough positions before. How are you going to get out of this and win this final with NORD?
Well, obviously, the difference between Los Ratones and NORD, they like to give us first blood. We give them the first 2 games just for the content. Obviously, we're going to reverse sweep this. I'm Marcin Jankovic, also known as Jankos. I am the greatest player Europe has ever produced, the greatest jungler. He might be the Messi of League, but I created League. I'm the reason jungle is like this, and I pioneered it. I'm the one that has done this. And Baus is nothing more than an influencer. I'm a real League of Legends player.
Well, that's fighting words coming out from you, Jankos. A lot of aggression there. Baus, I'm just going to come straight to you. How do you respond to that? This guy, he's down, but he's very clearly cornered. An animal in a corner. He is fighting to get his way out.
What do I need to say, guys? Get ready for game 3. It's about to go insane.
So, Jankos, obviously it's not been going well. You are so confident that you are going to be able to secure the victory in this series. Can you maybe give us a little bit of a taste of the sort of strategies, of the sort of champions that you are going to be pulling out in the next game?
Well, all I can tell you guys is that it's going to involve a Baus special, also known as him going 0-10, and then getting his account permabanned. So before game 4, there will be a bit of a short break because the Riot employees has to unban his account.
Well, that's rough, Baus. Getting your account banned in the middle of finals. If that were to happen, what do you think Los Ratones would do?
To be honest, right now we're that confident that I don't even think they need me. They're gonna win it 4v5.
Or don't they win it 4v5 with you in the game anyway?
No response to that one.
All right, well, that is absolutely fantastic stuff. If I could just check with production, I believe we've got something special coming up for you in just a little moment. Okay, everybody, I want you to put your hands together and go crazy for Roya!
We strive for infinity, living for the adversity. Can't get rid of me, I'm not falling. Why keep on trying? I'm not falling. Why keep on trying? Why keep on when we're falling?
Thank you.
Wow, what a pleasure to be here today.
Yeah, thank you for allowing us into this crazy universe. We've really been enjoying walking around and watching the screens, and we don't get a lot of what's actually happening, but we're clapping when you're clapping, so.
And we love it, we love it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Okay. When morning comes, I honestly just be gone.
have this one. Okay, we try. Okay, everybody. Just go. Come on. Hey, hey. Thank you and have a really great day. Bye.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm in shock at how good this was, by the way. Copenhagen, this was beautiful. This is match point as well. Are you ready? Before we do that, I want to showcase something. Los Ratones, every rat in here, come on, save hairline, casual barber. This is from this part, and also there's a confession over here, okay? Are you ready? It's not me. It's not me. There's a Portuguese lady waiting for Baus. Thank you so much for this. But also, if you want to marry me, Baus, you can do it. We are ready for the champion select. At the moment, I have Gragas waiting. I have the Baus special. And this is a volley bear. I think it's a volley bear.
And I think that's great, right? 3 different signs, all highlighting 3 of the best champs left for Baus to pick here. We've seen a few of them be banned, but some have been left open and made their way through. In particular, I'm looking at the volley bear. I doubt they'll let the Zion and that Gragas go, but I really want the Gragas though. It's my favorite.
So I just want to say something. There was a possibility someone was able to get a hold of a NORD player as they were going for break, and you might expect that the mental is down, but he just said, reverse sweep incoming.
Yes.
He's confident.
Yes. Yes, take this series all the way to 5 games. We already saw 2 gorgeous games from Los Ratones. Drop the 3rd one just for the fun of it, please.
I think we are getting ready. Are we ready? Production, is this it? Ah, okay. We do have time. Pick Darius by who? By, is it Chachi? Or Baus? Baus with Darius, that would be interesting. But yeah, Chachi wasn't able to play this previous game, and I think he was the game changer when NORD won versus LR.
Yeah, he had been that to the past, right? I want to zoom back a little bit more in time to a situation when one Danish team was 2-0 down in the finals of the NLC. You just talked about the NORD player who mentioned the fact that it's about, you know, believing in the reverse sweep. I said in a Discord call with a lot of Danes, Vendetto included, when Trick were 2-0 down against Fnatic Rising. AD carried Den Voxne, named as the king of summer in the NLC, said, guys, I don't know how we lose, they're really bad, let's win. And essentially, that's what it was boiled down to. People were really down and out, but he said, no, guys, we can win. We just need to step up. And what happened? Well, Trick won 3-2. We have our only ever Danish champions, and I think that mentality from NORD, that's what they need. They need to believe in the comeback.
You bring in the history, and it repeated itself with Dusty versus X7 in 2022, which was another one. It was a reverse sweep. So NLC is known to have those reverse sweeps on finals. I know it's different. It's a massive stadium. It's a lot of people watching, and Los Ratones losing on the reverse sweep. I think it's extremely complicated. But if someone can do it, it has to be a phoenix. It has to rise from the ashes and be reborn. It's really hard. What can we expect from Champion Select? Because we're getting ready. I know the players are walking in on stage. I see the coaches as well. As soon as I get the green light, I'll toss it. So who do you think is going to be the difference maker if it happens for NORD? And what champions can be? Final words.
So since NORD are supposed to be on the blue side this time, I want some really strong first picks from them, and I want them to dictate the draft. Don't just answer to what Los Ratones are picking. Pick what you are the strongest on. Strong top lane, strong jungle, strong AD carry, and smash them from here on.
Duckling.
You know, I like that. I want to see Baus Gragas, that's all I have to say.
Yes.
Okay, but for that to happen, NORD has to let it open, and I don't think that's going to happen. They feel the weakness at the moment, and with this in mind, we're about to toss it to this. That could be the last game of Spring Split. Copenhagen, look at the casters, look into the players. One final time. Let me hear you roar!
Oh my word. This crowd.
Roar
You are
they did.
delivering.
Yeah.
You are delivering, Denmark. I am so happy. I
Let us
really hope
hope
that wasn't the
NORD
last Raw.
delivers as well
Yeah.
here.
I hope that wasn't the last Raw.
They owe it to us.
They owe it to
This can't
us.
be a 3-0. They got 3-0'd in winter. Heck no.
That would be a sad, sad way to go out today, especially when, you know, they've had such a good split. This was the split where we were like, this is NORD split, man. These guys look really solid. They've made some good changes to the roster. A lot of our players, even the veteran players, like we said, like Chachi, has massively stepped up, and we've seen a vast improvement in the player.
Let's be honest.
Go on.
NORD came in winter and they're like, content team. We're gonna scream. We're gonna stream it. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool. We're gonna play around with the whole thought of playing on the NLC, playing versus Los Ratones. This iteration of NORD, we all agreed is a much stronger, competitive NORD.
Yeah.
And they showed that, right? They were the ones waiting in the finals, but hopefully not to get 3-0'd. I feel like it was a little bit sad to me that they were choosing red side, but they kept continuously getting sort of outdrafted, and I didn't necessarily see any counter picks that came into fruition.
Yeah.
It sounds really weird, but I just really need to see more from Jankos. I feel like he was the difference maker in that series that ended up being a 2-0.
Yeah, he really was. It was definitely a more... he was Evelyn last game. He was invisible, except he didn't get any executes off. He was a zero
I
Magi
just think
Evelyn.
it was a hard game for Trundle as well, right? You've
yeah.
got Xerath in the mid lane, your Xerath loses flash, then you can't really play mid jungle, you don't have priority through there because he's lost his flash, he's dying continuously, and then that misfortune Rel lane, yes they did get that 2-2, but it never took off, and then Yorick kept dying repeatedly. It's very hard as a jungler to have impact if your lanes are continuously losing.
Yeah, absolutely. What I want to see here from NORD is I want to see them lock in an ease of execution comp. I want that big wombo combo, that team fight ease, lock it down, take over the game. I can see that we're into champ select, guys. So Copenhagen, here we go. Champ select for game 3. Los Ratones on match point. There goes the Gragas, there goes the Baus.
There goes the Poppy, probably.
Yeah, probably a Poppy answer. I mean, if Poppy get through,
Nah,
that would be an
he
opening, but
doesn't.
no, pretty much mirrored bans.
However, this time around, NORD is on blue side, so they don't have to ban Varus.
True. I want to see Anax's Varus. He looks so solid on that.
Okay, interesting. Banning Zinza right here for Velia in the jungle. One of the only AD feast fighting champions that we have left. Nafiri, Vi, Pantheon all out. And let's see what the last ban is here. Traditionally has been a Varus to the Shen.
Come on, Inax
I
Varus.
would love to see a Varus coming through from Inax right here. It's one of the strongest champions, and he has been the shining light in this whole NORD composition. However, this has been something that's been rising into popularity. You played with Millie, you played with Nami, but it has to be a Varus. He's just playing with us, right?
Yeah.
Right?
No. Big denial from Crownie. Crownie had an amazing game 3 versus Ruddy. The best game we saw from Ruddy yesterday as well. It was Crownie's Lucian that made the difference. I'm curious what they're going to see as their pair up for it. Crownie's just going to look towards probably the Varus.
It just makes sense, right, to play the Varus.
You guys are getting way too excited by Hover. Let's see if they do it. I don't think so.
There's no way. With
Unless
disappointment coming through.
Unless Baus suddenly started playing that one.
You know what? We're getting glimpses of like Uzi joining the Hall of Fame and everything.
Yeah.
You know, big vein main. Nazir coming through for Nemesis. This is a very Los Ratones draft, and we've only seen 2 champions. However, I will say, seeing these champions already picked on red side, NORD better have an answer on blue right here, because right now you could either join that Lucian with the Emilio or with the Nami. I do personally really like the middle if there is a lot of CC on the other side, but because you do not know the pairing, the safest and best pairing you can give to Lucian has always traditionally been the Nami.
Yeah, Nami, Lucian, a lot of burst here. Curious what the answer is going to be from Los Ratones, but moving over at NORD now, looking towards their final pick. I'm assuming this will probably be a jungler for them, unless they want to pick a mid up. No?
Oh.
That's a wombo combo, though. This is what I like to see. You've got very easy access into a fight, locking members down. It's a mobility-less ADC, which you can keep inside that Cataclysm.
You said it. Play for Inax.
Yes.
You've only seen one champion that can get locked in by a Jarvan, and that is down the bot lane, Crowny on that Varus. They are looking to play for that Lucian Nami. I mean, if it does take off, Lucian Nami can take over an entire game. We saw it yesterday from the side of LR. This is a rough matchup, right? For Crowny and Reckless. They're playing into a range composition, a lot of poke coming through from the Lucian and the Nami, and because there is not a lot of healing, I'm even expecting to see maybe an electrocute coming through from that Lucian.
I think the big concern I have is NORD do need to take over with these 3 champs they've just locked in that bot side, because as we get later, already you can see there's a lot of range onto Los Ratones. They got non-committal engage in the depth charge, in the Chains of Corruption. They got lots of ways to kind of play a range away from you, lots of poke available to them. Seeing the Ornn getting banned away, the Quinn getting banned away off the back of that. Probably more top lane bans here, and just looking to focus that one out and not give Baus a nice counter pick. He's still got so many good champs, though.
Quinn getting banned away, huh? I'm wondering right here, because Chatty has some pretty good champions still in his pool. We have things like Sante, Kennen still coming through. The Jace has been left open if they want to play for the poke together with the Lucian as well. They are on blue side this time around, which means no counter pick for them. I'm expecting an R4 to be jungle pick for Velia right here, and you could even potentially go towards something like an Ivern and play for more of the scaling aspect of things. You've got an Azir, you've got a Varus, Sejuani, Ivan, Maokai, anything that can pretty much set up for your team, defend your team as well. These guys are all in from the side of NORD.
Yeah, going to take away that volley bear. Final pick now, obviously looking towards jungle here.
Wait, do we have Canyon at home?
I feel like it's none of these champions with that.
I think
this could be jungle.
I think it's getting locked in, yes.
Velia flexing!
We have Canyon at home. We don't need to watch the LCK.
Jungle Z!
Played in the LPL. Knight actually has played in the mid lane as well. We have seen it in the jungle a couple of times. Canyon has played that in the LCK as well. Razok was begging Fnatic to play that in the previous split. They weren't letting him, they let him now. And Velia is bringing it here in the NOC as well. Now, a lot of champions that cannot build a lot of defenses or armor are going to suffer from that. I'm looking at Nash on that Nami.
Yeah.
He's going to be a very, very juicy target for that Zed in the jungle.
Gonna want to make sushi out of that one real quick. See, No Way gets his hands on the Ziggs, so a bit of wave clear available now over to the side of NORD, and the ability to take out towers. Chachi! This will make my day. Chachi's GP locked in as well. It is blind, there are answers to it, but a lot of impact can be had here.
His Jax is still open. He wants to play for that, but the orange makes it really difficult for counter-strikes to land, and he does play AP Jax. We'll see what he chooses to go for. It's going to be the Jax, most likely.
No! Glad!
Oh!
He's done it! Can you hear that crowd?
The laughs on the player's face as well. Gled coming through.
This is
The
such a hype draft.
anti-heal champions that have it in their kit is Katarina and Kled. Katarina is unplayable. Kled is kind of unplayable as well, but Baus is making it playable.
It's more playable.
More playable, true. True, true, true.
Right, these are messy comps on the side of Los Ratones. Well, messy comp from Los Ratones. NORD's fairly clear focused, right? You've got your wave clear and your ability to kind of push onto towers with your Ziggs. You've got a very powerful 2v2 bot lane, early jungler.
I just don't vibe with the Ziggs here. Because
Yeah,
the
I
only
could agree with
person
that.
getting stuck potentially in a Cataclysm will be the Varus. And
Yeah.
sure, Cataclysm plus Ziggs ult works great. But this Ziggs is going to have to run for his life. One Hourglass is not going to save him. I think he's going to have to rush Rush Hourglass as a second item right here on the Ziggs for Norway. If he wants to survive, he's going to have Zed here. He's going to have Kled running onto him.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know where Nash can hide on this Nami to save himself from Zed and Kled diving into the back line.
Hear that crowd. Game number 3 will be getting underway. This shield is what they are playing for. Los Ratones, a team who have not dropped a tournament since joining. Every tournament they enter, they win. Here we are, game number 3. Come on, Copenhagen!
Does NORD have more in them?
I hope so.
I looked at Inax backstage and he said reverse sweep ink, and they gave him the tools. He's got the Lucian, he's got the Nami behind him as well. He's got a Jarvan. Now Jankos is known for things like the Trundle, the Jarvan, things that want to gank in the early game, make some impact. We said we want the demon out of him. We want the First Blood King. He's got the tools here to do that.
He really does. I like what NORD have drafted. They do have so many avenues on the side of Los Ratones to deal with people. The Baus on Kled, just jumping into the backline. That Kled is going to be such a menace. Chachi finds a good barrel onto Baus, but not really going to get anything else.
Everyone's level 1.
Not going to be able to get any range off. Need that level 2 before you get the Q sorted up. But my eyes right now is on Jankos. He was quiet. He was having a snooze during game number 2. He's got this Jarvan. He can have early impact. He's a very, very powerful bot lane. Get Inax ahead. Inax has been by far the best performing player on NORD in this series. Let and enable him to get you into a game 4.
As you can see, Jankos pathing towards the bot side of the map. He's pathing towards that Lucian Nami. Of course, Lucian Nami pretty good into melee support lanes, particularly in the early game. The only way you can have like a very harsh sort of trade is if Nautilus does land a pretty good Q onto the Nami, and then you out-trade through the Varus. You see Comet on the Varus as well. For Crowning, he's going to play more towards the lethality build. There's not many tanky members on the side of NORD to deal with later on as well. And I feel like Los Ratones have been playing the entire weekend sort of out-handsy compositions, I want to call them. They don't necessarily have like this front-to-back feel that a lot of the teams choose to go for. They're more like, we're just going to outplay you in team fights. Everyone's got their own agency in how they want to play the game. It's usually like Crowny who ends up just doing his own thing.
Oh, Chachi gets himself a bear trap on a rope off. Just lose a little bit of HP there, but ultimately, grasp Gangplank. He's going to be able to just poke away, farm up those grass stacks, and you know, you're kind of playing for that Triforce spike.
You know what? I feel like Kled is a very Baus champ in terms of
it is.
You dive him, he unmounts, and then he remounts. It's kind of like the Scion. You kill him, but you don't really because he respawns.
I mean, he just chunked Chachi.
Yep.
Really nice little chunk there, but Chachi's fine. Got himself some biscuits. He'll be able to heal back up. As Baus gets back on top of Skull. Nice to see.
They want the 3-0.
They want the 3-0 real bad. Jankos was bot lane, is going for the reset, actually cancels the reset, so may look for a play. Level 3 hit by Inax.
Look on your mini-maps, Velia is heading through base. Double longsword in the inventory makes him stronger in a skirmish. And there's 6 members down bot.
Oh, nice dodge on the bubble there from Reckless. Arrow's going to do a little bit of damage, but solid escape from Los Ratones. They didn't try and bait him in. Just going to back away. Crowd's getting itchy for some action.
So clever right here from Velia. You know that Janko's going to start top, head to bot, potentially try to pull a cheeky gank if they find a bubble, if they find a flag and drag. What he does is he initially resets, goes back to base, buys the double longsword, secures the fact that he's stronger in the 3 versus 3 scenario, and then heads down bot lane. Now, of course, he's going to be spotted. He's just going to escort that bot wave under tower.
Yeah, make sure it collects in. Plays the denial. Inax hasn't really got much mana to actually go for a duel on Crowny, even if he does have the health advantage. Baus going to lose a little bit of HP. Nice to see Jankos is here, though. Bear trap on a rope. Next in. I believe Jankos has probably been seen. Baus able just to back off and catch that wave. Chachi hasn't been back to base yet, though. Should be a nice Sheen base for him. May even see a Fairy Charm, which we've seen some GPs picking up now, just for early mana. And the resale value on that item is brilliant. You only lose 20 gold.
That wave is at a very peculiar spot right here for Crowny and Reckless. Right under tower, but not really enough to crash. Now the minions are going to start getting underneath the tower, but it's very, very scary. However, knowing that Jankos on the top side of the map, they feel a lot more safer overstepping and overstaying their welcome to try and make sure that that wave crashes on the tower. Chachi takes a big chunk of a bounce. Bounce flashes.
Just flashes into into Chachi's pocket.
Just straight in flashes.
He's just trying to get his passive up quicker so he gets back on Scarl.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, my
Building
bad.
up the, I don't know what it's called, the Rage. Oh, Jankos may find him though. His shotgun, Scarl's back up. Jankos, I think Jankos had used, oh no, he used Frank to escape. I don't know, Trouble.
Okay,
No way.
Velia.
Able to break away. Level 6 available to Nemesis there. That was dangerous if he hadn't got that satchel charge off. Would have been bonked into Velia. Jankos may find Velia here, although Velia just going to jump over the wall. Has used his W though, so
Nemesis
escape
has
is gone. Jankos down the level, but up in aggression with a reset coming in. Not going for it. Chachi and Baus going toe-to-toe now. Chachi's got the damage though. First blood over to visit Chachi.
Spring MVP is back with a solo kill onto Baus. Baus has had his number this entire series so far, of course with the help of Velia from Los Ratones. But now Chachi, a fair and square 1 versus 1. No flashes, just pure damage. GP wins.
Yeah, really nice. I think he got 2 stacks of the passive off as well though, which is a lot of true damage. Stacks up real fast. Gets back into base, buys a couple of extra long swords. Again, that Triforce is the big spike there for Chachi. Bot lane, we haven't really seen much. They've had pressure. They got that awkward lane state versus Crowny and Reckless, but now as they're looking to shove in, again, Jankos in this bottom side, maybe there's an avenue to get some damage off as Crowny slowly but surely just getting poked out by the passive here from Inax.
That's exactly what
Reckless
Nami does. Oh!
Gets a nice lockdown, but instant dash out. Cannon Barrage was committed as well.
Just in case.
Chachi.
Precautionary.
I think if the bubble hit, that actually probably could have been a very useful Cannon Barrage.
I feel like it was kind of the opposite. It was to stop the advance from the side of Los Ratones. Had that Q hit from the Nautilus. We could have been talking about...
There he is.
Very scary stuff for Nami as he's just doing his thing. However, if you look on the bot side of the map, over in the minimap, Los Ratones, full control of that bot side river. They have been very keen on those first dragons on the map as well. They have found Baus in the jungle, but he's on top of Scarl, so he's gonna take a while until they can hunt him down. No flash, of course, onto visit Chachi as well, and they're gonna head back. And this is the thing that really confuses me right here, right? Baus is doing the shy things. He's just bothering his the enemy jungler right here, whilst Chachi was losing creeps underneath his own tower. And this is the whole thing where we praise the guy for his playstyle. He is a nuisance in the game. That's what he does.
Yeah.
The global taunt thing is real because you're trying to kill someone who's so slippery. In a lot of his champions, he's got way too many lives, like on Sion and like on here, onto the, I was about to say Scarl, but it's Kled. And Chachi lost creeps to just get in the jungle and get Jankos at level 6.
Well, with all that attention they put into that top side and trying to deal with Baus, gonna lose the dragon, gonna lose the tower as well off the back of that one. Los Ratones gonna be able to take it all. Void Grubs have spawned up, but Jankos is now on the bottom side of the map. He's on the wrong side of the map consistently, and unfortunately, it's starting to cost him a little bit. Velia is also down here, so there's a potential dive angle being set up. Jankos will be spotted on the ward. They're gonna get Sunburst off, a little bit of poke even, sorry, coming out. But with the fact that Jankos has now been seen, NORD are just gonna back away. Baus going for a fight here versus Chachi. Chachi gets the barrel off, gets a little bit more damage out with a Q. Baus will just mount back up onto Scarl, and Chachi not really gonna be able to gain too much off the back of that fight. Probably a reset coming in for Chachi. He's about to get his teleport back up anyway.
I feel like NORD have always been one step behind.
Yeah.
I feel like ever since game 1, you saw Los Ratones taking the dragon, then transitioning towards the top side for the Void Grubs. And right here, even though there's not much tankiness, and I feel like Javan will always be sort of relevant in terms of damage. Not how much he stays alive, but in terms of damage and getting the flag and drag and the ult in, he'll be fine. I'm kind of worried right here. They've given so much space again to Velia. Again, Velia on a carry, same as Nafiri. Not necessarily a lot of setup, but a lot of burst.
Yeah.
And we did mention how the NORD members don't really like Zed. The only one who can build something against Zed is Noah in that mid lane. He'll get his hourglass eventually, but that's about it.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, Jankos just hasn't really had a presence on the map. He's finally hit that level 7 mark. Well, he was slow to hit 6. Velia was level 7 when Jankos was level 4 or 5, but they are going to turn their attention towards that Void Grubs. Nice Cannon Barrage comes out from Chachi though, just to play Dissuasion as Inax and Nash maybe looking here for Baus. Nash not got the level 6, does hit it. Dodge bubble from Baus. Lovely backstep. Just avoids that one. grubs were secured for the side of Nord, although Velia's in the area. National with that tidal wave. This could be an opening. Jankos also here. Might see some action. Inax needs to be careful. That death mark may just come down in onto him. Inax immediately getting hit. They're going to charge forwards. Tidal wave comes down. Inax, the healing's pretty big. Inax jumps away, but Baus finds his opening. Tries to find the lockdown. They've got the ability to pin him in place. Cannon Barrage is not going to be there, but Jankos secures the kill as Chachi TP's in.
But this was all a play. That's the theater. Look what's happening over on the bot side of the map. Keeping, again, NORD busy on the top side. 4 members have to commit for 1 kill to go to the side of NORD, and so many tower platings that are piling into Crowny's pocket down the bot lane. 1,000 gold if just only from those tower platings from the bot lane from Los Ratones.
Really just came down to Inax checking a bush, which he shouldn't have been checking. Gets himself heavily chunked out. He's going to head back onto the map. Jankos in tow, but such good vision actually placed. They can see them coming in through lane. They can see all of the different jungle avenues. There's a pink ward up by that blast cone as well. Pink ward in this pixel brush. Nord just can't move around the bot lane without Crowny and Reckless see it happening. They're just going to reset, refresh on those wards, and then probably just plop them down once again. Chachi get jumped in onto by Baus. Passive again, that trial by fire. Does quite a lot of damage. They get a nice chunk out of him. Did Veli just steal the crab? He did.
That's why he's playing the ninja, baby.
Very true. Baus, Chachi, toe-to-toe. Trial by fire gets refreshed. A little bit of extra damage onto Baus there, but it's
that's very scary, right? He looks like he's in lethal range, but he's also one underdog off of getting his chicken back, or dinosaur, whatever it is.
Whatever you want to call it.
I don't know. They brought Zippy in TFT at some point, and we thought it was actually Skull, but it wasn't Skull, it was called Zippy.
Yeah.
But they were literally the same thing.
Wait, does Baus have a kill? I just used Bear Trap on the rope. He doesn't have kill pressure anymore. Chachi, we'll just go for a barrel onto Baus, get a little bit of extra poke damage off. Let's go back away. Velia thinking about making a move into the mid lane, but isn't actually going to follow through off the back of that.
This game feels like a bit of a stall from the side of NORD. They're like, let's get our key items. You need first item coming through for that Lucian. Usually you're waiting for rapid fire to come through as well as Veli's looking here, mid lane for Noe. Noe does have flash.
He does have flash, he has satchel as well.
Up.
Yeah. Velia thinking about it, isn't going to get much. Jankos, is he going to find Baus? Baus just going to quickly clear away the wave.
And again, right here, you're putting your strongest members, which is Inax, right now that he completed his Essence River. You're sending them top side of the map just as Dragon is supposed to spawn because that tower has fallen. You cannot afford to have your Lucian Nami overstep their welcome, Baus.
Well, hold on, they're going to find the interrupt onto Baus, keep him pinned inside the cage. Inax launches into the fray. Baus demounts. He will not survive today. Inax takes him down. NORD secure the kills.
Baus traded again for a neutral objective. This time it's going to be the Dragon on the other side of the map. And we're just seeing OG Los Ratones. Baus dies, LR take the map.
It is a heavy cost they paid for that. That was a really, really heavy cost they paid for that. But do have the grubs. They're going to be able to actually potentially answer out with this turret, although Reckless makes his way over. Waves crashing in. They're teleporting up Nemesis as well, just to make sure that he can play the wave clear. And tower stands. It's a bunch of plates over to the Lucian. Inax can still down in gold right now to Los Ratones. 800 gold down, so, well, to Crowny, so.
It's just fantastic map awareness from Los Ratones. Velia, again, getting into enemy jungle, stealing stuff from Jankos, right? Jankos is more of a ganking kind of jungler rather than a farming jungler. Zed falls into the category of Viego. He can fight and skirmish if he needs to on that one item, but he is a farming champion. When you have those 2 to 3 items, it's usually when you spike as an assassin as well. And especially, again, due to the fact that there's not much tankiness on the side of NORD, this Zed is going to exponentially gain more and more value as we go into the late game and as more items are being built into his inventory when you have the Edge of Night and when you have Garden Angels and all that, and you can't be pinned down or killed just once.
All right, let's take stock of items, because while you mentioned the Essence Reaver on Inax earlier, we've now got the Ludens, obviously, on No Way.
Sundered
Sky, thank you. I want to call it Divine Sunder every time on Jankos. Chachi has his Triforce. Other side, Baus actually hasn't finished an item yet. You put your Eclipse onto Velia. Looks like actually Nemesis maybe getting jumped. The bomb comes through. Jankos has the flank angle onto him, pins him in place, and he is shoved out of the bowl. Doesn't matter. Jankos will take him down.
Very nice pick right there. They'll take the tower. They'll take Nemesis as well. Meanwhile, Velia was emptying Jankos' bot side jungle, but now Jankos can get to reply. They have a lot of pressure through the top side of the map. They've got 4 members for NORD. Chachi needs to be very, very careful. He sees the red buff missing, so Velia should be around there. So Jankos is just going to return the favor. He's just going to steal the top side of the map from Velia. He's coming in right now. 4 members strong. They'll take the Hex Gates. NORD need to back out.
Velia actually may just look for Inax off the back of this one. They're going to get so much damage into him. Half his HP. NORD back away.
I'm looking for that rapid fire cannon. The second it's completed onto Inax, put that Lucian over in the mid lane and you play as aggressive as you can. It's something that we were very blessed over last year when Ruler was in the LPL to see him play over in the mid lane. He was one of the most dominant players when he had that champion. And the second you complete rapid fire, you are just literally an AD LeBlanc of the old ages. You dash forward, you chunk someone down. Even if you don't kill them, you are literally creating a very 4 versus 5-esque scenario where you've chunked them down, they can't really walk into neutral objectives, and this is how you get control of the map slowly.
I believe it's probably going to be Infinity Edge. As Baus takes the tower on the top side. It's 1-2 on the towers right now. Gold lead very close. NORD have got 4 kills under their belt. Lost Returners have been unable to get a single one. But I do still feel like NORD are playing an incredibly slow tempo game. I want to see more from Jankos. I want to see him finding openings, finding impact.
That is so scary what's happening down bot lane.
Ooh.
And the mobile champion Satsan Ziggs has a really, really difficult time playing on the side lane. And particularly when you want your Lucian to be in that mid lane, to be the nuisance we mentioned prior, having your Ziggs on the side lane gets very, very tricky. And now there's 3 members closing in on him from the side of Lost Returners.
Yeah, I think Noah's just going to have to look for the run. He's got Flash, he's got Satchel. Going to put some damage in. Reckless. Lands the depth charge into the hook, into the follow-up. Bomb comes down, Reckless, it doesn't matter. Velia almost went down himself, but I will actually say this is a NORD-favored play. They get the Rift Herald, they're sitting happy, they're going to teleport in. That's actually going to be Chachi, I believe, joining up as Nemesis. Just going to jump away. Velia's low HP. Cannon Barrage comes down. They're going to throw out the barrels. Nemesis gets caught by the slow into the queue, into another ultimate coming out from Nemesis. But Inax is going to chase forwards and look to finish him up. The tower goes down way too late. NORD get Herald. They get the kills. They answer back.
Very incredible response right here because they can get to push the waves. Jankos pushed mid. They can push their bot lane. They spawn the Herald as well. Get a lot of vision behind and in front of enemy lines. 30 seconds for the next dragon. It's going to be so point if Lost Returners take this. This is the time for NORD to hit back.
Bounce is in topside, like pressuring up onto tier 2. See, Noe's made his way over on the Ziggs though to clear it out. They actually need Noe just to walk by mid real quick and throw a satchel and take that tower for them. But right now, Chachi's clearing waves on the bot side. Now got himself his double longsword and his cloak, so slowly getting some crit.
I know we don't have a zoom right here, but I want you guys to see the 2 red wards on your minimap behind enemy lines. They are in Jankos' jungle. These are 2 really great TP wards for someone like a Kled that wants to find the backline access.
We'll keep our eyes on those wards because it looks like there might be a contest for Dragon here. Teleport already starting. He's actually going to teleport too deep, joins up with the rest of his team. Chachi's making his way over. Jankos gets caught by the CC for a second. Chain of Corruption lands in. Tidal Wave goes out. That's as much as they're going to be able to do. They're going to have to concede the Dragon. Dragon number 3 over the Lost Returners. But I actually think NORD played that right. They couldn't get in the area. They don't overcommit. They don't fall for it.
They threw everything on Jankos, right? At least they do take that mid lane tower. This is very important. They're going to need as much vision as possible. Again, in 5 minutes, you have Soul coming up for Lost Returners. You know NORD are going to want to fight this. They're going to have very key items complete as well. I'm looking at an Infinity Edge, a second item right there, which is just completed for Inax. That is a very strong Lucian, and you really need to start leveraging that more in the mid lane. Try and get more control of the map. I feel like that is what's missing for NORD right now. They're always second on objectives because of the waves, and it has been happening for the entire series.
Yeah. I mean, the control of the map has been NORD's biggest problem in this entire series in general. They've not really been able to set up in the area. They're always late. Like, I praise NORD for not overcommitting for that Dragon, but realistically, they had just not set up the vision. They not set up the control. They couldn't, it wasn't their Dragon to even think about contesting. So they did the bare minimum of walk up and see if they can do it, and they realized they couldn't.
I love that Nemesis has gone Rylai's second item right here, because Lucian might get that rapid fire cannon, but he is a pretty short range AD carry. You dash into the soldiers, you get instantly slowed.
Chachi, he actually got a lot of barrels off here. Baus is losing a lot of HP. Not going to full commit, doesn't know where everybody inside of LR is, but showing you a little bit of the early power there from the GP. Once that collector comes in, you got a bit of crit, got that lethality, you've also got that execute window available. It's a major, major spike for GP. His first 3 items are, every one of them is like a massive step up in power. Triforce into Collector, into Infinity Edge. After that,
You said a lot of items here. Can you tell me what's that item in Zed's inventory?
that is a voltaic sword.
Cyclo sword.
Cyclo sword, that's a voltaic cyclo
Ah.
sword. I got the hard bit
Cool.
right and the easy bit wrong. I know my items.
All right, Jankos is wrapping around. 4 members of NORD inside enemy territory. They do not, or they do have to be now, onto the gangplank if Chachi wants to join them, but they haven't pinched Jankos. Jenna perhaps is going to miss.
Oh, plays the interrupt, Baus jumps onto the back line, caught
He's
by the
gone.
tidal wave though, flashes out, the culling will lock him down, and Jankos dunks him for the kill.
Great stuff right there. Jankos sneaks in, takes the red buff, pulls in Los Ratones, and Baus, way too disconnected from his team, goes in super, super squishy, just with 1 Hydra, ends up going down. NORD really good at game picks right here. And again, we said the Javan in this particular game is not necessarily going to lose too much value. We're looking at bottom left. Oh, he took the ramp side, got straight into 3 members right there. Very nice ult from Nash to keep everyone alive, and the calling is going to finish the deal.
Really nice there from NORD, what they want to be doing. Infinity Edge, Essence Reaver onto Inax. I think it's around now is where we look to see that rapid fire come in and that range poke you were talking about. But these 2 items give so much raw AD and just raw power to his autos.
You see if Lucian gets ahead, he actually
Oh, hold on,
builds in
Brownie,
second.
caught by the flag and drag.
That's
Inax's damage is colossal, cuts him down.
This wasn't even just Inax's damage. There's 2 items with Black Cleaver on that Javan. That Javan really hurts.
Nemesis.
But he's all alone.
Shuffles Jankos back, who just flags, drags, runs away, but they throw down the depth charge. The heal comes in. Velia slides in and takes him out.
Jankos took the Nautilus knock-up on both his carries right there.
Massive mistake. No tidal wave available to bail him out. He just went down.
There was heal, but I think, I don't know if heal saves him right there. A little bit too deep, again, from Jankos. Nowhere's gonna attempt to clear out the wave, but Baus gonna take the tower nevertheless. So another tower going over to Los Ratones, and gold, dead, even. Los Ratones are pulling on TPs for the Atakan. Let's see if NORD have an answer right here, because they're not even set up for it. Jankos
They don't
is
have a
already
jungler.
dead.
Yeah, they don't have the ability. They've not really contested Atakan at all in this series. Chachi's making his way over, does have the cannon barrage. Gonna do a bit of extra damage here. Throws the barrels out onto Baus, gets a bit of extra damage off. Not sure they're gonna be able to find it. There's gonna be the Atakan secure. Chachi now getting jumped onto, has to flash away from Baus. Health bars are low on Los Ratones. Inax is feeling like jumping forwards. No way, may play the interrupt. They're gonna chase off as Jankos is coming in onto that flank. 2 members left exposed. Jumps in onto Reckless, who flashes away, finds the lockdown. Los Ratones walk out with all 5.
Have to blow a couple of flashes on Azir and on Varus, but Atakan secured for the side of Los Ratones, and everyone is manically pinging the dragon. 10 seconds left for both of these teams to set up. Double TPs are going to be pulled. This team fight could break open the entire game.
This team fight could potentially decide the entire series and the entire tournament. NORD are finally, for the first time, first in the area. They find Nemesis and Velia, not gonna full commit because no one else was able to really follow up. Just vision clearing coming in from both sides. Gonna get their hands on the Scuttle Crab. Bit of poking out, Baus on that flank, but Chachi doing a good job of shutting him down from getting anywhere near the flank angle. Nemesis is also gonna join up onto that, maybe Velia as well.
Very importantly, crowning Nemesis.
Oh!
No flashes, they call Chachi.
Chachi's in danger. He's gonna put some damage on the Nemesis, but he is taken out on his lonesome. Chachi.
On such an important moment, Los Ratones find the angle, they find the pick!
Lands in onto no way! He's blown apart! Velia blinks back out, doesn't want to hang around. Beautiful hook from Reckless. This has to be a hero steal from Jankos. And the problem is what is the cost going to be? Arrow hits onto Inax, hook lands onto the Nami, Baus jumps in onto the backline trying to find Inax. Culling's going to cut through him, but he's just going to look to Scarl for the moment, gets him pinned in place, and that is Baus holding on to his life. He survives. 2 members of NORD stand. That's Soul.
So unfortunate for NORD. Back to back for Chachi. The 2 very important moments on the Soul. He dies. He forces NORD having to make that play 4 versus 5. Nemesis, fantastic. He finds the angle. He unveils Chachi, bows, takes him down. What a great pick right there. And as NORD are piling through the choke point to try and gain any control of the Reaver, try and see if they could possibly steal. Reckless says no.
Listen to that crowd. Straight back into the action, though.
He was thinking about it.
He was thinking about it. I am loving this crowd in Copenhagen. You guys are so amazing. I think this top lane matchup has shifted down to bot lane right now. Probably going to be a little bit chill. I think this is our next major objective. I'm going to say conjective there. It's going to be the Baron. Right now, neither team really has much control in the area. There's like one flank ward from Los Ratones, and there's like one shallow ward from NORD.
Oh,
Chachi, though, is going to be getting jumped onto by Velia. Looks to put the barrels out. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. He is way too damn squishy. Baus secures the kill.
Oh.
Meanwhile, there's an answer out onto Crowny. 1-for-1 globally.
Huge right here for NORD. This could have been Baron. 45 seconds on Chachi. Los Ratones could have forced the issue on the neutral objective. And let's watch this one more time. Bottom left for you. Inax absolutely destroyed Crowny. Crowny oversteps and NORD. And now
Baron.
starting the Baron. Velia through the Hex gates. They know it's happening.
There's going to be a contest. Nemesis coming in. If he can put a door in, he can slam it onto the members of NORD. But Baus is inside the base. Jankos jumps in. Nemesis goes to the shuffle back, dodges away in the bubble. But Inax's damage is too damn big. The bomb goes wide. Nemesis has nowhere to go. He takes out Nash. Now Velia going low to Inax. He's going to dash forward and look for him. The base is on fire. Baus is going for the back door. Chachi's back. The cannon barrage shuts down the kill. Chachi now looking to kill out Baus. Bear trap on the rope, makes the connection, interrupted on the escape. Another barrel is popped. Baus tries to run away, but Chachi will take him down with a parlay. NORD are not done yet.
Jankos still around the Baron, and NORD are limping, but they're not out. Nash is gonna spawn, and that's a 5 versus 2 for the time being. Jankos is gonna start it, TPs are gonna be pulled in.
They do this so quickly. Chain of Corruption comes down. Chachi just takes a tangerine, takes a break. He's back up. Healing from the Redemption. NORD getting this Baron low HP. Teleport, though. It's going to be a Nemesis. He's going bot lane. I think he's going for the back door. They're just going to play Interrupt potentially here. Looks like they're just going to back off. I think he's just stealing red. Teleport for a red
You know
buff.
what? I was looking at Crowny. Behind the people that virus, and he gave me Guma can't he steal it vibes. This could have been series end. Crowny's gonna play it safe. And Nemesis, even though he TP'd, he saw the play, he thought about it. He decided to just take resources away from NORD instead. The next bigger play is going to be 2.5 minutes down the line. That's the Elder Dragon.
No rapid fire cannon on Inax. Instead, opted for the Flicker Blades. Pretty standard build on Modern Lucians. Gives you a lot of ability to use those dashes and those spells. There's the Death Cap for No Way. Just finished that one up with the Shadow Flame, with the Luden's Companion. 3 items in, same for Nemesis. Items across the board starting to get matched.
They're tipping straight
They're
in.
going straight in. I think NORD are just going to try and muscle their way into the base. The problem is Baus is bot lane. Chachi doesn't have teleport. He doesn't have ult. He's going to have to reset and play the defensive.
I am really confused. They committed the TP for one tower that was going to fall anyway because Baus is scary on the side lane. He just eats through towers.
Word! Whole breaker demolish. See Crowny lose a fair amount of HP off the back of that one. They've still got the supers. Well, not supers, but the Baron-empowered minions is the word I'm looking for. Velia coming in on a potential flank. Chachi just needs to play defensive. There's 2 supers stacking up on that bot side. They have recalled, they have reset, so NORD are going to have to just play a bit more defensively. Chachi got himself the shield bow, not the Infinity Edge, so not as much burst available yet.
This is going to be a series-defining Elder Dragon.
Yes.
Back-to-back, Chachi has gotten called behind before. Big objectives. The Soul last game, the Soul here as well. NORD need all 5. They need the spring MVP to show up on that gangplank. 3 items deep for mostly every member on the side of NORD. If they want to push this series, if they don't want to go out 3-0 like they did in winter, this is going to be the fight that they need to take and win.
And Los Ratones are so aware of that. You can see Velia hovering Baus, seeing if a window is open for him just to jump onto Chachi, blow him up, and then take away some side lane pressure. Chachi not giving that opportunity over. He knows how much is on the line. He doesn't have teleport, though, which is really crucial for this Elder. Baus has his.
I really don't like what NORD are doing right here. They got into the enemy jungle, they put down their wards, their vision, but then they just left, which means that Los Ratones are going to come straight through base, sweep everything, and take the vision that NORD so nicely put down for themselves.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. Reckless and Nemesis just going to make sure clear out some of this vision. Jankos seen on the ward. Reckless may look for a hook onto him here. Jankos has the flag and drag. Chachi's joined up. Gonna just flash in onto Crownie, who is obliterated! Beautiful pick! Chachi in the middle of the fight, looking for the lockdown onto Nash, but Nash is not going down today. Yes, he is! Baus takes one with him. That could be Elder for NORD.
4 versus 3 for the Elder. NORD wanna push this to game 4, but Velia is still alive. The smite is still up, and NORD cannot take the 50-50. Not here.
Chachi's going to play Interrupt right now onto Velia. Huge damage coming out from Chachi. Ooh. Massive death mark. Good flash away. Noe's on a killing spree as he takes down Nemesis off screen. Velia, can he find the Interrupt?
No way.
Chachi, he's resetting. He's not going to let Velia go. And that should just be Elder for NORD. Massive wave here. Crashing into the bot side, though. Someone needs to reset and hold. Chachi TP's in. Elder secured.
Breathe, breathe, breathe. NORD are breathing some life into this game, and let's watch this one more time. Jankos, call an ambulance, but not for me. Action right here. Overextends, catches Crownie without a flash. Fantastic bomba from Norway right there to solidify the deal, and they catch Baus as well. Baus sure takes one with him, but that's just the support, and the 4 versus 3 was more than strong enough for NORD to take that Elder Dragon away.
We were so critical of Jankos after the first 2 games. This is the Jankos we wanted to see. Action-packed, playing well, finding those windows, finding those opportunities.
Almost 100% kill participation as well.
He has been crucial for his team. 4-0-7 on the Lucian, though. Inax, huge. Infinity Edge now finished up for Chachi.
Backstage, reverse sweep ink. He wasn't kidding.
Someone needs to go bot lane. No way he's not got teleport.
They're question mark pinging him.
I don't know.
Okay, the inhibitor has respawned, and Chachi has backed.
Inax, as long as he doesn't get blown up here, that's the inhibitors down.
He has Elder.
He has Elder.
And he hurts.
He really does hurt. He's got a redemption, he's got an army, he's got lots of people to kind of put things away from getting onto him.
Baus is still around.
He is. I worry for Baus now. With Chachi having that IE, that's the big item. That's the final of the trifecta for GP. Infinity Edge, Strive Force Collector.
Ooh, Nemesis is in focal
They are looking for Baus here. Catch him inside as he goes for the jump forwards. Jankos putting some extra work in, but Inax is sliding forwards. Baus going incredibly low. Tries to find the damage onto Inax, but it's not going to be happening today. He is burning low, and Inax will be gifted the kill. No, it's Jankos.
Baron in 30 seconds. 54. That Baus is going to have to sit on a gray screen and watch his team push out those waves, and instantly Crownie, like a machine, trying to push that mid lane. Top lane, Velia has sprinted over to the top side of the map, trying to push in that wave. They know that NORD wants to take that next Baron. With that next Baron, they can use that to siege and teamfight their way to potentially a game number 4. And this is what we wanted to see from this series, a NORD that fights.
I'm so glad we see some NORD action here, because they had a rough game 1 and 2. They got 3-0'd last time in the finals from Los Ratones. They do not want to repeat that game. Baron's going to get started up. Baus, 13 seconds. Does have teleport, though, so they need to do this quickly.
You don't have time.
Really have the time to do it. Chachi's not even here either to speed up that Baron. Crownie just landing the poke over the walls. Jankos has to run away. Redemption comes in just to heal up the members of NORD. Baron dissuaded. The Baus death ultimately doesn't cost too much. He's just teleporting straight to top lane. Nemesis needs to be dealt with in the bot lane as well. NORD are a bit scattered right now.
I love what Elara are doing right here. They know that in a straight-up team fight, they just lose. Because NORD have the backline access with the Ziggs ult. At this point, Lucian is an absolute monster as well with the 3.5 items. So what they're doing is just they're spreading them thin on the map. If they can get a pick onto Chachi, if they can get a pick onto maybe Ziggs, Los Ratones can use this numbers advantage to push down those sidelines they've been trying to for so long.
Well, so they were hunting for Baus, but Baus is going to be able to make a break away from this one. Jankos Still hunting. Reckless is in the wings. Same with Velia. This could be risky for Jankos. He's a bit further forward from the rest of his team. Flags and drags up. Bear trap and a rope comes down. Chachi just clears out the wave. They're going to back away. Nemesis continues to push, though, on this bottom side.
There is just no vision behind that Baron pit. NORD are literally walking in blind. Chachi's going to get cancelled on the top.
Yeah, I guess his reset cancelled. Nemesis got the tower up as well. As Jankos losing a bit of damage to Baron. Will be able to heal back up. He'll be fine. He's got Nash there. But you can feel the tension right now. Everyone knows the next fight could potentially decide it.
Gone quiet. You could hear a pin drop.
I feel like I'm casting at home.
All right. Baron up. But no team can do that with junglers up. It has to be a pick. Chachi has been the sacrificial lamb twice. Game 2 and here game 3 for the soul for Los Ratones. You cannot afford to make that mistake. Very scary for Ziggs to walk on a side lane, push out that wave. Very scary for Gangplank. Again, very, very mobile, both of these champions. And Los Ratones have been really good at capitalizing every overextension that NORD has had on a side lane so far. But right here, NORD are trying to regain some vision control behind that Baron pit. Behind the Baron pit is the most important place if you want to start Baron.
I actually don't think Velia can one-shot on Chachi anymore. Chachi's 95% crit.
And the shield bow.
And the shield bow. And remember, the trial by fire scales of crit. Crit chances. Oh, Crowny hit by the bomb.
Oh
my word! He is taken down, Chachi!
The snipe coming through from the mid-top duo of NORD, and that's a 4 versus 5 on the map. Velia, huge weight on his shoulders. He has to attempt to steal the Baron as Baus puts pressure on the bot side of the map.
He's going to have to be a hero play from Baus.
Surely you don't let him in.
Velia's trying to get his way forwards. I think they're going to have to reset someone soon. Chachi's not there. He does have teleport. He can head towards that tower. They're going to see Baus in the bot lane. Chachi just continues to zone. Baron's going to get taken. Now NORD need to reset real quick. Baus will take the inhibitor. He won't take more. Elder up in 19 seconds, though.
15 seconds for the Elder, and there's absolutely zero vision for NORD inside their own jungle. They have to go through completely blind. Push mid, push bot. They have to make sure they don't get caught, and Jankos is leading the charge right here, pushing Baus out of the equation, trying to gain some space for NORD to walk inside this river. This is the most important fight we're most likely going to have, if not for this game, maybe for the entire series.
This could decide it all. Even with the Hex Soul onto the side of Los Ratones, they are struggling. Baus going in for a flank. I actually think he's just going to flank the base. He's going to charge in. Inax may just be the target. Death charge lands onto Inax, who jumps away. Nemesis! What an ultimate! The shutdown onto Inax! Jankos slides into the back, but Chachi is here, able to find himself the assassination. Reckless trying to put the damage down, but Chachi's barrels doing some serious work. Chachi, what a save! Now it's Jankos versus Baus and Reckless. The ace is coming through Los Ratones! They have done it! The teleport into the bot lane! This will be the series for Los Ratones! What a monster fight! What a huge ultimate from Nemesis! 2 towers stand between Los Ratones and the title!
15 seconds for Inax to spawn together with Nash. There is no wave. Is it gone? 5 seconds? 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds.
I don't think he's going to do it. Los Ratones trying their hardest to close this one out. Down goes the Nexus. They 3-0. They remain undefeated.
Los Ratones are your NLC Kings for 2025, back-to-back, flawless grand finals for winter and spring. And the recipient in both of those, NORD. They woke up, but they woke up too late.
You're absolutely right. Los Ratones just on fire right there. Huge, huge performance from them, 3-0. I'm gonna be real, I thought the second Kled might have been a little troll. It was not. Velia played amazing. All split long, ending it on the Zed jungle game. Really, really impressive stuff from him.
Give them the moment. They deserve it.
Such a solid performance from Los Ratones. Your NLC champions, Los Ratones!
Hold it. Hold it.
You're back to back NLC champions, Los Ratones. Against adversity, against the trials and tribulations of the lower brackets, they always win. It's what they do. Congratulations, guys. Now, this was a rough split. Cadril, definitely not the route you would have liked to have taken to the final. Perhaps a little bit more content that you could have handled at some point. How does it feel to be on this stage in front of all these people lifting that trophy?
It's a dream come true. I don't know, when we started the project and talked about it, we didn't expect 6 months later to be playing in front of so many people with so many fans competing at this level. I just want to say thank you all so much, and shout out to these 5 amazing players. They're so good. They try so hard. Yeah.
And some of those players, obviously, the mix of Los Ratones, different players coming in with different levels of experience, some straight from solo queue, some veterans of the competitive scene, all coming together. Once is a fluke, twice is proof. Los Ratones are one of the best teams that the ERLs have ever produced. Gracious in victory though, Cadril. It was a 3-0 today, but I do feel like NORD Esports, they had you on the ropes a little bit during that series.
Yeah, I think game 3, the draft was a bit complicated, so it's a Sally draft, I guess. But the first 2 games were good. Yesterday was good. Now we go to EU Masters. We have to fly home tomorrow, and on Tuesday we play already. So, yeah.
And we're going to win that as well?
I mean, it's time to defend our title again. So we'll win it.
Back to back to back to back, I guess. Thank you very much, Cadril. Thank you to all of Los Ratones. One more time for your NLC Spring Champions, Los Ratones! Archeron, Solari, Duckling, it has been an amazing day. Let's sign off. What a final.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. It is. There you go. I don't know if you... Yeah, Denmark, can you hear me now? Los Ratones
They are defending the title. They did it. They still have to do it now in front of entire Europe, the entire ERL system. 3-0 on the final. What a beautiful vision it is.
You know, that first time was so nice, they had to do it twice. Back-to-back 3-0 finals. They haven't done anything but winning. A crown to defend, the pride of the NLC. As the servant pictures get taken. Game 3 was rough, but they carried through till the end. 12 games in a row. No one else deserves this crown but them.
They made history. The big question was, are they going to be able to do it again? No one before them has done it before, but hey, there's more history to be made if EMEA Masters crowns them yet again. Who has done it before? Winning NLC 2 times in a row, EMEA Masters 2 times in a row. It can be no one else but them.
It's yours, Baus. Take the shield, it's yours. You defended the title. As they said it in Nottingham,
what a crowd.
I think we need to highlight, they are a family.
A beautiful family. The Rats might be a dirty animal, but their gameplay is nothing but clean. Few issues there in game 3, but they carry through. Celebrations will go not long into the night, as there is EMEA Masters on Tuesday. We know what they want to do there as well.
I gotta be honest, like, I don't think game 3 was like having issues. It's about NORD showing up with so much. Yankees being so aggressive. The Ziggs was also perfect, getting in-ax on an agency role where he can go for those kills. I think it's just what makes Los Ratones. A single mistake, a single fight. Even when they were losing the last one, Baus and Reckless, side by side, able to fight off versus NORD. I think that's the beautiful part. When you get to see Los Ratones never putting their arms down and always fighting back.
And that's the thing about Los Ratones. Beautiful in victory, beautiful in losses, and beautiful in turning losses into amazing victories.
Just enjoy history being written right in front of our eyes. A chapter not yet fulfilled, still more to go, but obviously, what a journey it has been so far. Copenhagen has been nothing short of phenomenal. The crowd behind them, they can deservedly, you know, just enjoy this moment.
Now I want to hear this. I want to let this echo. You always blame Velia, but you blame him for the good things he was able to achieve. You blame Velia for his agency on the jungle. You blame him for invading. You blame him for giving that lead versus Baus. You blame Velia for being a machine inside of the Rift. I think that's the blame you put on this individual. It was the start to begin with.
How dare you, Velia? How dare you be so good? How dare you fit so well into this team? These 5 individuals, there is something else. I don't think there has ever been a team like that, and I don't think we will see another team like that as well.
There you go.
KO.
It's a trio.
Trio.
It's the trio. It's the trio. Well, it's time to do it. Denmark, it was beautiful. We still have EMEA Masters ahead of us. It's going to be NORD and LR representing the NLC. But you've been an amazing crowd. There's so many things to say, but we know LR just won this 3-0. Oh, there you go. The score is there. The person who betted his hair actually gets out of here with a hair. We wanted that, but at least we got a beautiful show coming in from the Rats. Tell me, Duckling.
And just one last time, right? Just enjoy this crowd. Can I ask you all to Copenhagen, make some noise! Drink it in, man. It's not every day we get this in the NLC. History written. What a weekend, what a crowd, and what a moment for everyone involved. I can't believe it. It's beautiful. I couldn't imagine anything better to spend a weekend on like this.
It was filled from 100 seats to 1,000. And there you go. Remember, there's a meet and greet with the team, so talk to them, go and photo. So with that in mind, we love you very much. We did our best to provide this sort of show to you all. I think you all deserve a round of applause. It's not to us, it's for you, Denmark. A round of applause for what you provided. Twitch is listening. I'm gonna do it, okay? This is my sign off. Denmark, let me hear you roar!